Chapter 402. Han Qingyun sighed. We've already used up too much of the Tiangongmen's resources in this competition with Kikyaromen. If we don't win this competition, I won't be able to deal with this matter with you, Sect Master. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang nodded silently but didn't say anything. Fan Yang knew very well that the Tiangongmen had used too much resources this time. If they failed, Han Qingyun wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Thinking of this, Fan Yang nodded. Sect Master Han, I understand your intentions. If you have anything to say, just say it. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun cupped his hands and said in a low voice, the defensive power of Kikyaromen's equipment is too shocking. With my master's current attack power, I'm afraid he won't be able to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's equipment. After saying this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Fan, do you have any ideas on how to increase my master's attack power? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He then asked tentatively, Sect Master Han, I think Elder Ge has already used the spirit strengthening pill. Isn't that enough? Hearing this, Han Qingyun shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not enough. At this level, even if I eat 2 more spirit strengthening pills, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's armor. That's why I'd like to ask Brother Fan for help. See if there are any pills or the like that can increase my master's attack power. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sect Master Han, to tell you the truth, all pills that can increase one's strength have huge side effects. In other words, the more you increase one's strength, the stronger the side effects. After saying this, Fan Yang paused for a moment before continuing, if it's properly configured, the side effects of the pill will be relatively small. However, if it's used too much, I'm afraid that the side effects of the pill won't be something Sect Master Han will be able to accept. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Brother Fan, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Between us, you don't have to hide anything from me. Right now, I just want the pill that can increase my strength the most. Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, for the sake of the Tiangongmen's victory over Kikyaromen, I'm willing to pay any price. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang was stunned. Then, he asked tentatively, could it be that you don't care about losing your martial arts? After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun was also stunned for a moment. He asked tentatively, could it be that after taking the medicine that increases one's power, one would lose their martial arts? After hearing Han Qingyun's question, Fan Yang nodded. If you want to improve by a lot, the side effects will definitely be huge. Even if you lose your martial arts, this is still not the strongest. After hearing Fan Yang's answer, Han Qingyun was shocked. He hurriedly asked, could it be that there are pills that have even bigger side effects? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang nodded. Of course. There are pills that increase one's power, but once the effects of the pill run out, the person will immediately die. After hearing Fan Yang's words, cold sweat appeared on Han Qingyun's forehead. He asked, really? Fan Yang nodded. Of course it's true. If you want to improve your strength, of course you have to pay a certain price. Han Qingyun frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he sighed and asked slowly, if there's a pill that can make people lose their martial arts, how much will their strength increase? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang was secretly shocked. He did not expect Han Qingyun to ask such a question. The person in charge of the test was Ji Yunfei, Han Qingyun's master. If Han Qingyun asked this question, did it mean that she wanted Ji Yunfei to eat this kind of pill? Thinking of this, Fan Yang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said softly, this kind of pill that can make people lose their martial arts can increase a person's power by 5 times in an instant. After listening to Fan Yang's explanation, Han Qingyun thought for a moment, calculating the probability of Ji Yunfei breaking the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor if he ate this kind of pill. After a while, Han Qingyun slowly raised his head and looked at Fan Yang. He asked in a low voice, Brother Fan, are there any stronger pills that can increase one's power even more? After hearing Han Qingyun's question, Fan Yang was shocked again. After he recovered, he replied softly, if you want to increase your power even more, I'm afraid the price you have to pay is too high. I think it's better if sect leader Han doesn't ask. Hearing this, Han Qingyun shook his head. I'm just asking casually. I want to know if there are any more powerful pills that can increase one's attack power even more. Fan Yang sighed. There are pills that can increase one's power by 10 times. However, although this kind of pill can increase one's power by a lot, when the medicinal effect is used up, the person who eats this kind of pill will die. Han Qingyun nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, Brother Fan, do you have these two kinds of pills on you now? Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Fan Yang was a little troubled. He did not know how to answer Han Qingyun's question. He had these two kinds of pills, and he had them on him. This time, in addition to participating in the competition between the Tiangong men and Qiqiaro men, he also had a few kinds of pills to send to the auction house in Nanjun. Although the Medicine King Pavilion did not care about worldly matters, they still needed money to maintain their livelihood and buy a large amount of raw materials. Therefore, they needed to sell these pills. And this time, Fan Yang had come with this mission. Han Qingyun saw that Fan Yang did not answer his question and had a hesitant expression. He quickly went forward and cupped his hands, saying in a low voice, Brother Fan, the Tiangong men are in danger now. If they lose this competition, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, Brother Fan, you have these two kinds of pills with you. Please take them out. As for the price, it's easy to discuss. In short, Brother Fan has helped me. I will definitely not forget Brother Fan's kindness. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang nodded helplessly and said softly, I have these two kinds of pills, and I have them with me. I originally wanted to wait until the competition between the Tiangong men and Qiqiaro men was over, then I would send these two kinds of pills to the auction house. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun was overjoyed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, That's great. As long as we have these two kinds of pills, it will be easy to defeat Qiqiaro men. Speaking of this, Han Qingyun cupped his hands again and said gratefully, Brother Fan, if we can win Qiqiaro men this time, I will definitely not forget Brother Fan. If Brother Fan needs my help in the future, I will definitely do it for Brother Fan without hesitation. Speaking of this, Han Qingyun moved closer to Fan Yang. Chapter 403. Han Qingyun continued, Since Brother Fan has these two pills with him, take them out now. Once we win this competition, I'll hold a banquet to thank Brother Fan. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang subconsciously glanced at Ji Yunfei before slowly saying, Sect leader Han, won't you regret it? Hearing this, Han Qingyun shook his head and said righteously, For the glory of the Tiangong men, even if I die, I will definitely not regret it. What's more, it's just two pills. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang secretly sighed. He could only take out two small porcelain bottles and pass them to Han Qingyun. Sect leader Han, as long as it's too precious, each bottle only contains one pill. This red porcelain bottle contains a pill that can increase one's power by 10 times. And inside this blue porcelain bottle is the kind of pill that can increase one's power by 5 times. Hearing this, Han Qingyun was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly reached out to take the two porcelain bottles and said gratefully, Brother Fan, if we win this competition this time, it's all thanks to Brother Fan. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said in a low voice, The side effects of these two pills are too severe. I hope sect leader Han will use them carefully. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to use them. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun nodded, Don't worry, I'll naturally use them carefully. After hearing Han Qingyun's reply, Fan Yang looked at him deeply and then turned to leave. Looking at the two small porcelain bottles in his hands, Han Qingyun was ecstatic. If Ji Yunfei ate 5 spirit strengthening pills, he would be able to increase his power by 5 times. If he still couldn't break through the defense of the leather armor, then he would eat the pills in the blue bottle and increase his power by 5 times again. Han Qingyun believed that under such a powerful attack, no matter how strong the defense of Qiqiaro men's leather armor was, it would most likely be shattered. Moreover, Han Qingyun had the red porcelain bottle with the pills in his hands. It could increase one's power by 10 times in one go. In this way, he would be able to increase his power by 20 times. Han Qingyun believed that even if an ordinary person took these medicines, they would become a top expert. Moreover, Ji Yunfei's martial arts were already quite good. If his skills were increased by 20 times, how terrifying would he be? Even Han Qingyun did not dare to imagine. With the 2 porcelain bottles in his hands, Han Qingyun's confidence was greatly boosted. He believed that he could definitely defeat Kikyaromen. After winning this competition, the secrets of Kikyaromen's equipment manufacturing would naturally belong to Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun felt that his future was bright when he thought about how he would be able to make such a strong defensive leather armor in the future. Han Qingyun had even thought about what to do after he became the leader of the Qiangongmen. Just as Han Qingyun was feeling complacent, Han Yuchao hurriedly ran back. Han Yuchao came before Han Qingyun, took out a small porcelain bottle, and said in a low voice, "Father, should we use it now?" When he heard Han Yuchao's question, Han Qingyun nodded. "Let's add this spirit water to the equipment now." Looking at Han Yuchao's back, Han Qingyun no longer cared about the spirit water that he was about to use. Han Qingyun knew very well that compared to Kikyaromen's secret, the spirit water was really nothing. Kikyaromen's secret was how to make the leather armor into such a heaven-defying state. The spirit water was also used to increase the defensive power of the armor. Comparing the two, the secret of making the leather armor was definitely more important. Han Qingyun sighed in his heart as he looked at the equipment made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. If he had not been careful and wanted to win this competition safely, he would not have used deep-sea cold iron and adamantine to make the equipment. Kikyaromen was only a small sect. The Qiangongmen only needed to use some ordinary metals, some advanced techniques, or a small amount of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine, and the defense of the armor would be quite amazing. If they had really done that, Han Qingyun knew that even if they used the spirit water to increase the defense of the armor, they would still lose without a doubt. After everything was ready, Han Qingyun came to Ji Yunfei's side and said in a low voice, "Master, our equipment has been enhanced with the spirit water. If there are no accidents, it should be able to withstand attacks up to level 24. At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, "Master, for the glory of the Qiangongmen and for us to win this competition smoothly, I implore you to take the 2 enhancement pills at once so that we can defeat Kikyaromen in one fell swoop." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei only felt that today's weather was exceptionally cold. When the wind blew on his body, he could not help but shiver. 10 years of lifespan. Now, he had to take these 2 enhancement pills. Ji Yunfei had already seen that Han Yuchao had poured the spirit water on the equipment just now. Looking at the spirit water that Han Yuchao had poured, Ji Yunfei knew that another 5 drops of spirit water had been poured on the equipment. Since the spirit water had already been used, if he did not take the enhancement pills now, he would be letting down the Qiangongmen's spirit water. As a master craftsman, Ji Yunfei naturally understood what Han Qingyun meant. According to their initial estimates, the spirit water's effect would not be maintained at its strongest state. The effect of pouring the spirit water for the first time might be that every drop of spirit water could increase the defense of the armor by 10%. However, the effect of pouring the spirit water for the second time would definitely not reach the effect of increasing the defense of the armor by 10%. The effect would definitely weaken. After pouring the spirit water for the third time, the effect would definitely be even lower. Han Qingyun said that the armor would be able to withstand until level 24. Based on Ji Qingyun's experience, this was probably the case. If they could not break through the armor's defense in these 2 attacks, all their preparations would be wasted. They had used so much deep-sea frosty iron, a portion of gold essence, 15 drops of spirit water, and 5 enhancement pills. After using so many precious resources, if they still could not win this competition, then the reputation of the Qiangongmen would definitely plummet. It could even be said that they would decline forever. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei suppressed the sadness in his heart and slowly nodded. He said sadly, "All right, I'll go all out this time. Later, I'll eat these 2 spirit-strengthening pills and see if I can break through the defense of that leather armor in one fell swoop." At this point, Ji Yunfei sighed, turned his head to look at Han Qingyun, and said slowly, "Kikyaromen's armor is really too strange. What I'm most worried about now is that even if I eat these 2 enhancement pills, I won't be able to break through the armor's defense. When that happens, what should we do? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun smiled and shook his head. Master, don't worry. I'll find a way. Chapter 404. Both sides passed the level 21 test. Next, they would face the challenge of level 22. The match was about to start. Everyone retreated far away to avoid being hurt by Ji Yunfei's violent true qi. Sun Qiao retreated to Zhong Meng's side. Just as she was about to speak, Zhong Meng waved his hand to stop her. Sect leader Sun, look. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao quickly looked in the direction of Zhong Meng's hand gesture. When Sun Qiao looked over, she saw Ji Yunfei pouring out a pill from a bottle and putting it into his mouth. Increasing spirit pill. Seeing the pill in Ji Yunfei's hand, Sun Qiao couldn't help but exclaim. The most important thing was that Ji Yunfei had only taken 1 pill at a time. This time, there were actually 2 pills in his hand. Seeing the 2 pills in Ji Yunfei's hand, Sun Qiao was shocked. After Ji Yunfei ate the pill, he displayed an extremely strong combat power. It really scared Sun Qiao. Seeing that Ji Yunfei was going to eat 2 pills at the same time, her heart started to beat wildly. Seeing Ji Yunfei eat the 2 pills, Sun Qiao felt cold sweat on her forehead. She couldn't help but turn to Zhong Meng and ask in a trembling voice, Prince Zhong, he ate 2 increasing spirit pills. What should we do? Our equipment. Seeing Sun Qiao's panicked expression, Zhong Meng smiled faintly and whispered in Sun Qiao's ear, Sect leader Sun, you don't have to worry. He definitely won't be able to break my ancestral skill. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao's eyes lit up. She asked in surprise, really? Hearing this, Zhong Meng smiled and nodded. He then pointed at Ji Yunfei and lamented, what a pity. It's a pity for this old guy. After this match, I'm afraid he'll be crippled. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao was shocked and quickly turned to look at Ji Yunfei. Sun Qiao glanced at it and was shocked. At this moment, Ji Yunfei's face was already filled with wrinkles. Even his previously grizzled hair was now snow white. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao could not bear it. She sighed and said, how did it turn out like this? For the sake of this competition, could it be that this senior doesn't even want his life? Hearing Sun Qiao's sigh, Zhong Meng sighed as well. It seems that in order to win this competition, they don't care about anything else. The most hateful one is that Han Qingyun. If he were to take the medicine, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult for him to do so. But when he asked others to take the medicine, he would use flowery words. How hateful. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, could it be that Senior Ku ate those spirit-enhancing pills because Han Qingyun persuaded him? Hearing this, Zhong Meng sneered, Elder Ge is already so old, it's definitely impossible for him to take the initiative to eat those spirit-enhancing pills. Looking at Ji Yunfei, whose hair had already turned snow white, Fan Yang sighed in his heart. For the sake of Tiangongmen, Ji Yunfei did not hesitate to sacrifice 10 years of his life. The most important thing was that Ji Yunfei did not know that there were even more powerful pills waiting for him. If this time they still could not break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor, Fan Yang was certain that Han Qingyun would definitely send those 2 pills to Ji Qingyun. The blue bottle of pills could increase one's power by 5 times, but the after effect was that after the effects of the pills wore off, the person would lose their martial arts. The red bottle of pills could increase one's power by 10 times. Although the increase in power was very fierce, the after effect was quite terrifying. When the effects of the pills completely wore off, the person would die on the spot. Looking at Ji Yunfei in the competition, Fan Yang's heart could not bear it. He even wanted to ask for those 2 pills back from Han Qingyun. The main use of these 2 pills was that when one was in danger, which was the kind of situation where one would die immediately if one did not take the pills, one would only take these 2 pills in order to fight for one's life. But now, there was no danger at all, only a desire to win. Kikyaromen and the Tiangongmen's competition was to win this competition. Ji Yunfei had already taken 5 spirit-enhancing pills. His fate was already tragic enough, losing 10 years of his life. If he took the blue bottle of pills, Even if he broke through the defense of Kikyaromen's armor, the best outcome would be his martial arts being destroyed and he would become an ordinary old man. As for the red bottle of pills, thinking of this, Fan Yang could not help but feel regretful. He even felt a sense of guilt in his heart. However, at this point, there was nothing he could do but watch from the sidelines. He could only pray silently in his heart that Han Qingyun would not give Ji Yunfei those 2 pills on account of their relationship as master and disciple. Ji Yunfei had no idea what others were thinking. At this moment, Ji Yunfei was immersed in the joy of increasing his strength. Ji Yunfei felt that if his true qi was like a gurgling stream in the past, then now, it was like a surging river, flowing back and forth in his body. Ji Yunfei's will moved slightly, and his true qi burst out like a fountain, immediately bursting out. Feeling this powerful force, Ji Yunfei could not help but roar towards the sky. His voice was clear and long, shaking the eardrums of the crowd. Those who were weak even felt dizzy. Looking at the unbreakable armor and feeling the true qi bursting out in his body, Ji Yunfei felt a huge boost in confidence. Ji Yunfei took a deep breath and gathered true qi in his hands again. In the next moment, the crowd gasped again. "Oh my God, the golden sword light. I did not expect Elder Ji to be able to emit a golden sword light. I heard that only the Sky Sword sect's leader, Jiang Nantian, can emit a golden sword light in the south region." Hearing the discussion of the crowd, Ji Yunfei's pride increased. He believed that under such terrifying strength, nothing could block his sword. Even the leather armor would not be able to block his attack. Looking at the golden sword light that burst out, Sun Qiao, who had been completely relieved after hearing Zhongmeng's words, became nervous again. The red saber light was much weaker than the golden saber light. In the entire south region, Sun Qiao had never heard of anyone who could emit a golden sword light. In the face of such terrifying strength, could her leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear, really block such a terrifying attack? Seeing the sword in Ji Yunfei's hand raised high, Sun Qiao could not help but turn to look at Zhongmeng and ask again. "Prince Zhong, Elder Ji's strength has reached such a terrifying level. Tell me the truth, can our leather armor really block such a terrifying attack?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Zhongmeng smiled and waved his hand. He said softly, "Sect leader Sun, I've already said that there's no problem. Don't worry and watch the match." Chapter 405. Ji Yunfei held his level 22 blade as he walked towards the Kikyaromen's leather armor. Although Ji Yunfei knew that he had lost 10 years of his life, he was rather satisfied with the increase in his lifespan that he had gained. The surging true energy in his body was like a torrential river that flowed through his meridians. However, this rich true energy had not been obtained through cultivation, so the channels in his meridians had not been widened to such an extent. As the true energy flowed through his meridians, Luo Yunyang felt a slight pain. However, Ji Yunfei did not care about this slight pain. What he cared about was whether this terrifying true energy would be able to break through the defense of the Kikyaromen's leather armor. Ji Yunfei stopped in front of the leather armor. With a thought, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the blade in his hand. A golden blade glow. Nai Tianhao sighed inwardly when he saw the golden blade glow at the tip of the blade. Although he knew very well how the golden blade glow had come about, he was still attracted by this powerful ability. In fact, he was secretly looking forward to finding this feeling in his heart. The golden blade glow flickered on the tip of the blade, causing everyone to gasp in admiration. Hearing everyone's praises, Ji Yunfei's sorrowful mood became slightly better. Ji Yunfei squinted his eyes and stared at the leather armor in front of him. After a while, he suddenly leaped into the air. The blade in his hand left a long golden trail behind it as it drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, with an unstoppable force, it cleaved towards the leather armor. Although Ji Yunfei didn't use too many fancy moves and didn't make any extra movements, no one dared to underestimate the strength of this attack. When the saber peaks tore through space, the sharp sound of wind breaking rang in everyone's ears. The entire process was over in the blink of an eye. Everyone only saw the blade flash in the air before the blade struck the leather armor. Ji Yunfei's strength had increased so much that he could reach the point where he did not need to release his true energy. When the blade struck the leather armor, it did not cause a shockwave like before, which caused sand and stones to fly everywhere. Ji Yunfei's slash was like an ordinary slash. After it hit the leather armor, everyone only heard a low sound before everything returned to normal. Ji Yunfei looked at where the blade was. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red. A moment later, he suddenly let out a mournful howl. Even the blade in his hand fell to the ground. Unscathed, the leather armor was still unscathed. There were no cheers or praises. There was only shock. The golden blade aura was actually unable to break through the defense of this leather armor. If that was the case, just how strong was the defense of this leather armor? No one knew how high the defense of this leather armor was. Everyone only saw that even the legendary golden saberlight could not break through the defense of this leather armor. Nai Tianhao's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the leather armor. Naturally, he was very clear about how powerful Ji Yunfei's attack was. He naturally understood how powerful the golden saberlight on the tip of the saber was. Jiang Nantian, the #1 martial artist in South County, was also Nai Tianhao's master. His strongest attack was just the golden saberlight. However, even so, Ji Yunfei's attack was still unable to break through the defense of this leather armor. This meant that even if his master, Jiang Nantian, was here, he would not be able to break through the defense of this leather armor. Seeing that this leather armor was not caught off guard by Ji Yunfei, Sun Qiao, who had been skeptical of Zhong Meng's words, was finally relieved. Although the effect of the spirit-enhancing pill was strong, Sun Qiao was also very clear that this pill could only be used 5 times. After taking 5 pills, even if she took more, it would no longer have any effect. This meant that Ji Yunfei's attack was his strongest attack. As long as she could withstand Ji Yunfei's strongest attack, Sun Qiao believed that the final victory of this match would belong to her. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao secretly rejoiced. She turned to look at Zhong Meng. She thought to herself that if it were not for Prince Zhong, she would have lost this competition. Han Qingyun looked at the intact leather armor, but his heart couldn't help but tremble. Her master had already launched such a powerful attack, but he was still unable to break through the defense of this armor. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun was both happy and worried. She was happy that if she defeated Kikyaromen, the craftsmanship of this armor would become her craft and her secret. Even if she had to use a lot of resources from the Tiangongmen, as long as she could obtain this secret, Han Qingyun believed that it would be worth it. She was worried about how she could defeat Kikyaromen. The defense of this leather armor was so strong. What method could she use to break through the defense of this leather armor? Looking at the leather armor, Han Qingyun was stunned for a while. Then, he suddenly sighed and stood up. He walked towards Ji Yunfei in the arena. Fan Yang could not help but sigh when he saw Han Qingyun leave her seat and walk towards Ji Yunfei. He knew what Han Qingyun was going to do. Fan Yang had just given Han Qingyun 2 types of elixirs. Since they had not been able to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor, this time, Han Qingyun definitely wanted Ji Yunfei to take the elixirs to increase his attack power and use the effects of the elixirs to break through the defense of the leather armor. Thinking of this, Fan Yang looked at Ji Yunfei and felt a little sorry for him. He had never imagined that Han Qingyun would really do this. Of these 2 types of elixirs, even the lightest of the side effects could cause a person to lose all their martial arts and become a cripple. In serious cases, the person would immediately die after the effects of the elixirs wore off. Thinking of the consequences of these 2 types of elixirs, Fan Yang stood up abruptly and shouted at Han Qingyun's back, "Sect leader Han, please wait." Hearing Fan Yang's call, Ji Yunfei was stunned for a moment. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at the comments from the judges. He smiled and cupped his hands in salute. He did not say anything and continued walking towards Ji Yunfei. Although Han Qingyun did not say anything, Fan Yang understood what he meant. Han Qingyun meant that he did not want Fan Yang to meddle in this matter anymore. Seeing Han Qingyun walk towards Ji Yunfei again, Fan Yang raised his hand and was about to summon him again. However, the words at the tip of his tongue suddenly turned into a sigh. After this sigh, Fan Yang sat down weakly in his seat and blankly watched everything that was happening in the competition venue. Fan Yang's change made Sun Qiao feel a little puzzled. Every time Han Qingyun went to the competition venue to look for Ji Yunfei, Fan Yang did not do this. Could it be that this time, Han Qingyun went to look for Ji Yunfei because of something bigger? Thinking of this, Sun Qiao had a bad feeling in her heart. Could it be that Han Qingyun still had a way to deal with this situation? Chapter 406. Han Qingyun came in front of Ji Yunfei and did not say anything. Instead, he stood in front of Kikyaromen's leather armor and stared blankly. After a while, Han Qingyun sighed and said bitterly, "We failed." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei sighed and muttered to himself, "How could this be? With the power of my attack just now, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire South Commandery who can withstand such a powerful attack. But how could this leather armor block such a powerful attack? Why did this happen? Why did this happen?" At the end of his words, tears suddenly flowed from Ji Yunfei's eyes. In order for the Qiangongmen to win this competition, Ji Yunfei did not hesitate to sacrifice 10 years of his life to increase his attack power. If the Qiangongmen won this competition, Ji Yunfei's achievements would forever be remembered by the Qiangongmen. There was once a person who gave up 10 years of his life for the reputation of the Qiangongmen and for the future of the Qiangongmen. This was all based on the premise of victory. But if he failed, who would remember this? Everyone would only remember the fact that he failed, and no one would remember that Ji Yunfei had given up 10 years of his life for this competition. If he failed, he would give up 10 years of his life. Not only would it not be something he could be proud of, but he would also become the target of ridicule. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the leather armor in front of him, Ji Yunfei had the urge to rush up and smash it, but he knew that it would be useless. Other than being ridiculed by others, it would be useless. Looking at Ji Yunfei's ashen face, Han Qingyun sighed and said softly, "Master, if we lose this competition, both of us are finished." Speaking of this, Han Qingyun sighed again. "Not only are the two of us finished, but I'm afraid the Qiangongmen are finished too." After listening to Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei nodded his head somewhat sadly. The Qiangongmen and Kikyaromen were already suspected of bullying the weak in this competition. If they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the Qiangongmen could not even deal with a small Kikyaromen, who would be afraid of the Qiangongmen? In the long run, it was only a matter of time before they declined. Hearing Ji Yunfei's sigh, Han Qingyun suddenly took out a blue porcelain bottle and said softly, "Master, if you take this medicine, you can increase your power by 5 times, but the price is very high. I don't know if you are willing to try it." Looking at the bottle in Han Qingyun's hand, as if he saw a monster, Ji Yunfei took 2 steps back subconsciously and asked in a trembling voice, "What is this thing?" Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun sighed. "The effect of this pill is very strong. If you are willing to take this pill, you can immediately increase your power by 5 times. I think that Kikyaromen's leather armor has already reached the peak in terms of defense. As long as you increase your power by 5 times, you will definitely be able to destroy that leather armor in one fell swoop." 5 times my power? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei immediately repeated this sentence, and his eyes lit up at the same time. No matter how strong a piece of equipment's defense was, there would always be a limit. Currently, it was tested to be level 22. No matter what, Kikyaromen's equipment was only a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. Even if its defense was strong, Ji Yunfei guessed that the defense of this leather armor should have reached the peak soon. If he increased his power by 5 times, Ji Yunfei believed that he really had a chance to break through the defense of this leather armor. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei's eyes became brighter and brighter. As long as he won this competition, even if he lost a few years of his life, the Qiangongmen would definitely not forget his contributions. But if he lost, he would lose 10 years of his life and become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei was about to speak when suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned ugly. Ji Yunfei took 2 steps forward and came to Han Qingyun's side. In a low voice, he asked, "Tell me, what are the side effects of this pill?" Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun pondered for a moment before answering softly, "The side effects of this pill are quite strong. If you eat this pill, I'm afraid you will lose 4 years of your life. I wonder if you are willing to try it, Master?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's body trembled violently. His face turned pale, and small beads of sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. 4 years of life, I will lose another 4 years of my life. Thinking of the side effects of this pill, Ji Yunfei felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Just now, he had already lost 10 years of his life. If he lost another 4 years of his life, that would be 14 years of his life. If he lost 14 years of his life, even if he won this competition, how many years would he be able to live? Thinking that he did not have many years left, Ji Yunfei suddenly shouted loudly, "No, I will never agree to it." Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Fan Yang, who had been watching them closely, felt a little relieved. If Ji Yunfei agreed to eat this pill, after the effects of the pill wore off, his martial arts would be crippled and he would become a useless person. Just now, Ji Yunfei had already eaten 5 spirit-strengthening pills. Relying on his profound skills, he should be able to live for a long time. But Fan Yang was very clear that once Ji Yunfei lost the support of his inner energy, he would not have many years left to live. Thinking that Ji Yunfei would soon fall, Fan Yang's heart was filled with a deep sense of guilt. Seeing that Ji Yunfei was unwilling to eat this pill, Fan Yang's heart suddenly felt a sense of relief. Hearing Ji Yunfei's angry roar, Han Qingyun only smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Master, now that things have come to this, do we still have room to retreat?" Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei was suddenly stunned. Yes, was there still a chance to retreat now? Once they retreated and the results of this competition were spread, the Tiangongmen's reputation would be completely ruined. In order to win this competition, the Tiangongmen's elders had eaten 5 spirit-strengthening pills, but they still could not defeat the little Kikyaromen. Ji Yunfei was certain that if the Tiangongmen lost this time, they would be defeated by the little Kikyaromen. In the future, under the influence of this competition, Kikyaromen would definitely rise rapidly and soon surpass the Tiangongmen. The Tiangongmen could become the largest manufacturing sect in the South region because of the tireless efforts of all the Tiangongmen to achieve today's results. If this competition was lost because of him, he would become a sinner of the Tiangongmen. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei's heart sank. If he failed this time, the Tiangongmen would immediately chase him out of the Tiangongmen to get rid of the negative effects. Chapter 407. Han Qingyun said slowly, "Master, given the current situation, even if we want to retreat, we have nowhere to go." At this point, Han Qingyun sighed, "Now, only by winning this competition can we be worthy of the Tiangongmen. Otherwise, if the Tiangongmen decline because of this, us master and disciple will become the sinners of the Tiangongmen. We won't be able to raise our heads for the rest of our lives." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei only felt his heart twitch. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. After a while, Ji Yunfei's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Han Qingyun, saying hurriedly, "Qingyun, master is old now. I don't have many years left to live. You're still young and have many years to live. Why don't you take this pill?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, "Master, I can't. Even if I take this pill, it will only increase my power by 5 times. In terms of strength, I'm afraid that I won't be as strong as master now. What's the use?" Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei shook his head, "You can take 2 pills. This way, you can increase your power by 10 times. As long as your power is increased by 10 times, your strength will definitely be higher than mine. I believe that you will definitely be able to break through the defense of this leather armor and win this competition for us Tiangongmen." Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun was stunned again. He didn't expect that Ji Yunfei would let him take 2 pills with such great side effects. Once he took 2 pills, his lifespan would be reduced by 8 years. Although this was just a lie to Ji Yunfei, Han Qingyun really didn't expect that Ji Yunfei would let him take 2 pills just to let him live a few more years. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun secretly hated Ji Yunfei's heartlessness. In order to let him live a few more years, he didn't hesitate to waste his own life. Han Qingyun couldn't bear to let Ji Yunfei take the pill, but after hearing Ji Yunfei's words, he completely let go of the guilt in his heart. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun smiled bitterly and said, "Master, the effect of such a powerful medicine cannot be stacked. Even if I take 2 pills, It will only increase my power by 5 times. No matter how many pills I take, my power will not increase any further. At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Master, if the effects of this medicine could be stacked, this disciple would not have come to you for help. This disciple would have taken this medicine myself. After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, a trace of disappointment flashed in Ji Yunfei's eyes, but he immediately said, no, the spirit-increasing pill can be stacked 5 times in a row, so this pill should be able to do the same. After taking 2 of these pills, maybe the effect will just decrease, it shouldn't be a problem. At this point, Ji Yunfei patted Han Qingyun's shoulder and sighed. Master has already lost 10 years of his lifespan. He doesn't have many years left to live. If he takes this pill again, I'm afraid he will die on the spot. You are different, you are still young. Even if you lose 10 or 8 years of life, you can still live for many more years. If 2 pills are not enough, you can take 3 pills. In this way, in terms of strength, you will far surpass Master. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun secretly cursed Ji Yunfei for being shameless. He actually said something like taking 3 pills in a row. It was just that Han Qingyun would never take this kind of pill. Even if this pill only reduced 1 year of life, Han Qingyun would not take a single pill. This pill must be taken by Ji Yunfei. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun sighed and opened the blue porcelain bottle. He smiled bitterly and said, Master, this disciple also wants to do that, but unfortunately, such a precious pill, you only have 1. Even if this disciple wants to take more, I don't have that many pills for me to take. At this point, Han Qingyun sighed again, Master, even if this disciple takes this pill, in terms of strength, I will not be as good as you. It is useless for this disciple to take it. Ji Yunfei glanced into the porcelain bottle and found that there was indeed only a thumb-sized pill rolling in the bottle. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunfei's heart was once again in his throat. A wave of sadness surged into his heart again. There was only 1 pill. Did he really have to take this pill? If he took this pill, his life would be reduced by 4 years. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at Han Qingyun and asked anxiously, Don't tell me, you only have this 1 pill? Han Qingyun nodded, Master, there is indeed only 1 pill. At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, Master, this pill is extremely precious. It is not easy to refine it. Just this pill alone took this disciple a lot of effort to obtain. As he spoke, Han Qingyun handed the porcelain bottle in his hand to Ji Yunfei. Looking at the porcelain bottle that Han Qingyun handed over, Ji Yunfei looked as if he had seen something terrifying and took a few steps back. Is there no other way? Must I take this pill to win this competition? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun nodded, if there was any other way, this disciple would not have done this and let Master take this pill. Looking at the porcelain bottle in Han Qingyun's hand, Ji Yunfei suddenly said, Since we can't win against Kikyaromen, why don't we make peace? Naturally, there will not be a problem of victory or defeat. This way, the problem will be solved. Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun suddenly raised his head to look at Ji Yunfei and asked word by word, Master, do you think there is still a possibility of reconciliation now? Seeing Han Qingyun's gaze, Ji Yunfei lowered his head somewhat guiltily. Why not? If we end up in a draw, there won't be any issue of victory or defeat. It won't affect our Heaven's Craftsman faction. Han Qingyun sighed, Master, now that things have come to this, we have no other way out. Now that we have used 15 drops of spirit water, if we do not win this competition and obtain Kikyaromen's secret, we will not be able to deal with the sect leader's investigation. Now that we have used so much spirit water, we can only rely on winning this competition and obtaining Kikyaromen's secret to make up for this mistake. Other than this method, this disciple really cannot think of any other way to salvage this situation. After saying this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Master, if we lose this competition, I am afraid that you and I will no longer have a place in the Tiangongmen. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei could only sigh. Chapter 408. No matter what the reason was, Ji Yunfei couldn't deny that Han Qingyun was wrong. This was the truth. If they failed, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Needless to say, the reputation of the Changgongmen aside, the 15 drops of spiritual water that they mentioned was definitely not something they could afford. Over the years, no matter who it was, no one had ever touched the spiritual water. Now, not only had they used it, but they had also used up more than half of it. Thinking about this, Ji Yunfei was filled with regret. If he hadn't agreed to use the spiritual water in the beginning, he wouldn't have taken those damned spirit-strengthening pills. Because of his wishful thinking, he had thought that if he increased his attack power a little, he would be able to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor. It was this wishful thinking that made Ji Yunfei take the 5 spirit-strengthening pills bit by bit. If Ji Yunfei had taken the 5 spirit-strengthening pills from the beginning, Ji Yingfei definitely wouldn't have taken them. It was this wishful thinking that if he worked hard, he would be able to defeat Kikyaromen. However, the reality was that Ji Yunfei had already taken the 5 spirit-strengthening pills and still couldn't break through the defense of the leather armor. The most important thing was that he had to take this pill that could reduce his lifespan by 4 years. Ji Yunfei believed that the defense of the leather armor was about to reach its peak. If he took this pill, there was a high chance that he could break through the defense of the armor. Looking at the pill, Ji Yunfei was hesitant. He really wanted Han Qingyun to take this pill, but he knew that even if Han Qingyun took this pill, his strength wouldn't be higher than his. Did he really have to take this pill? This was a pill that could reduce his lifespan by 4 years. If he took this pill, he would lose 14 years of his lifespan. Looking at the hesitant Ji Yunfei, Han Qingyun hurriedly said, "Master, at this point, we have no other choice. If I could break through the defense of the armor by taking this pill, I would have taken it long ago. Why should I make things difficult for you?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He fiercely grabbed Han Qingyun and angrily said, "Then why didn't you take the spirit-strengthening pill at the beginning and then take this pill? Wouldn't your cultivation be higher than mine?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart. Not to mention that this pill was obtained later. Even if he had this pill from the beginning, he absolutely would not have taken it out and let Ji Yunfei see it. If he had taken out this pill from the start, Ji Yunfei might have forced him to eat those spirit-boosting pills from the start. Han Qingyun would never do such a foolish thing. Not only that, Han Qingyun had already decided that if Ji Yunfei still couldn't break through the armor's defense after taking this pill, he would take out the other pill and give it to Ji Yunfei. The pill in the red porcelain bottle could increase one's power by 10 times. Han Qingyun did not believe that with Ji Yunfei's strength and a 20-fold increase, he would not be able to break through the armor's defense. Of course, before Ji Yunfei ate this pill, he would never take out the other pill. Han Qingyun was very clear that if he took out the pill now, Ji Yunfei would definitely make him take both pills. Han Qingyun would also not do such a foolish thing. Now, as long as Ji Yunfei took this pill, Han Qingyun was 100% sure that he would make Ji Yunfei take the other pill. Moreover, with Ji Yunfei's strength, after being increased by 10 times, he would definitely be able to break through the armor's defense. He would probably never be able to take the other pill. After Ji Yunfei's power had been increased by 5 times, it had already reached such a terrifying level. Although Han Qingyun did not know how much Ji Yunfei's power had increased, just by looking at the golden blade light, he knew that the increase was definitely terrifying. If his power was increased by 5 times, it would probably reach an unimaginable level. With such a powerful strength, how could he not be able to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor? Han Qingyun did not believe it. He only believed that as long as Ji Yunfei's power was increased by 5 times, he would definitely be able to break through the defense of the leather armor. As long as he could break through the defense of the leather armor, all the problems would be solved. As long as he could obtain Kikyaromen's secrets, the consumption of the spiritual water was no longer a big deal in Han Qingyun's eyes. Compared to the spiritual water, Kikyaromen's secrets were naturally more important to him than the Kikyaromen's secrets. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun cupped his hands toward Ji Yunfei and said, "Master, on behalf of all the Changgongmen disciples, I beg you to take this pill and win this competition for us Changgongmen, so that our Heavenly Palace sect can become even stronger in the future." After saying this, Han Qingyun bowed deeply to Ji Yunfei and said, "Please accept my bow, Master." Looking at Han Qingyun, who was bowing to him, Ji Yunfei suddenly sighed. He now understood that as long as he was a member of the Tiangongmen, he must take this pill. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei sighed deeply and reached out to take the porcelain bottle in Han Qingyun's hand. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing for a long time, when he lowered his head, his face was already full of tears. Go back. Master promises you that if you take this pill, you will win this competition for us Tiangongmen. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun was immediately overjoyed. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, there was a trace of sadness. Master, I will always remember what you have done for the Tiangongmen. In the future, you will be my role model. As long as it is for the Tiangongmen, I am willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei waved his hand weakly and said, Go back. Master already knows. Ji Yunfei was no longer interested in listening to Han Qingyun's words. After all, he was just trying to persuade Ji Yunfei to take the pill. There was no practical action. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun bowed deeply to Ji Yunfei and turned to return to the judge's table. This scene was naturally seen clearly by Fan Yang, who had been staring at them the whole time. When he saw Ji Yunfei refuse to take the pill, Fan Yang was still full of joy. He thought that Ji Yunfei would not take the pill anymore. However, after seeing the end, his heart was once again in his mouth. Ji Yunfei took the blue porcelain bottle from Han Qingyun's hand. This proved that Ji Yunfei was going to take the pill in the blue porcelain bottle. Fan Yang was naturally clear about the side effects of the pill. Fan Yang turned his head to look at Han Qingyun, who had already returned to his seat, and suddenly felt a strange feeling. Han Qingyun was an old friend of his. Their relationship was very good. Otherwise, he would not have come this time to join in on the fun. However, he had never thought that Han Qingyun would actually do such a thing. Chapter 409. Fan Yang naturally knew that Ji Yunfei was Han Qingyun's master. He hadn't expected that Han Qingyun would actually make his master take medicine, especially one with such severe side effects. Ji Yunfei had already taken 5 spirit-boosting pills, which had reduced his lifespan by 10 years. Now, he was going to take another pill, which would cripple his martial arts. The worst thing was that there was an even more severe pill waiting for Ji Yunfei. Fan Yang now understood that if Ji Yunfei was still unable to break through the defense of the leather armor, then Han Qingyun would definitely make Ji Yunfei take the pill. Fan Yang couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what would happen. Kikyaromen's leather armor test had ended. The leather armor had withstood a level 22 attack. Next, it was Kikyaromen's female disciples' turn to test the Tianqiao sect's equipment. The Tiangongmen's equipment was made of deep-sea cold iron and fine gold. After adding 15 drops of spirit water, its defense naturally increased by a lot. No matter how hard the Kikyaromen's female disciples tried, they couldn't even leave a scratch on it. Next, it was time to face a level 23 attack. Ji Yunfei looked at Kikyaromen's leather armor and sighed. He then took out a blue porcelain bottle, opened the lid, and poured out the only pill inside. Ji Yunfei had the urge to throw the pill away as he watched it roll around in his hand. He knew that it was poison, yet he still ate it. What a sad thing it was. However, no matter how much Ji Yunfei wanted to throw the pill away, he knew very well that he had to use this pill to break through Kikyaromen's leather armor's defense. Ji Yunfei sighed for a long time. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and put the pill in his mouth. Seeing that Ji Yunfei had finally swallowed the pill, Han Qingyun finally relaxed. At the same time, he couldn't bear to see Ji Yunfei suffer like this. No matter what, Ji Yunfei was his master. His manufacturing skills and martial arts had all been taught to him by Ji Yunfei. Although Han Qingyun had told Ji Yunfei that the side effect of this pill was only to reduce one's lifespan by 4 years, the reality was that after the effects of this pill passed, no matter how high one's martial arts were, they would lose all their martial arts and become a cripple. Thinking that Ji Yunfei was about to become a cripple, Han Qingyun only sighed for a while before returning to normal. After this matter was over, even if Ji Yunfei found out that he had been tricked, it would be useless. Once Ji Yunfei lost all his martial arts, Even if he found out that he had been tricked, he would not be able to do anything to Han Qingyun. Although Han Qingyun was very confident that Ji Yunfei would be able to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor with this attack, he still felt very uncomfortable. After all, the person in front of him who was taking the medicine was his master, the master who had taught him martial arts. At the thought of this, Ji Yunfei turned to look at Sun Qiao and said coldly, "Sect Master Sun, I hope that after you join the Heavens Craftsman faction, you will reveal the secrets of your equipment crafting as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao did not reply. Instead, she pointed at Ji Yunfei in the competition area and said in shock, Look at Senior GE. What's wrong with him?" Hearing Sun Qiao's exclamation, Han Qingyun quickly turned to look. When he saw the situation clearly, he was suddenly stunned. Originally, after Ji Yunfei had taken 5 spirit strengthening pills, his hair had turned snow-white. But now, his snow-white hair had turned white once again. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. Seeing Ji Yunfei's change, Sun Qiao turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked curiously, "Sect Leader Han, what medicine did you give Senior GE? How did he become younger?" Seeing Ji Yunfei's change, Han Qingyun was only stunned for a moment before he sighed in his heart. He knew that the reason why Ji Yunfei became younger was because of that pill. That pill had stimulated Ji Yunfei's life potential and made him become younger in a short period of time. But the price of being younger was the loss of his martial arts. Once the effects of the pill wore off, Han Qingyun knew that Ji Yunfei would become even older than before. Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Qingyun said coldly, "Sect Leader Sun, this is not something you need to concern yourself with. You'd better think quickly. Once my master breaks through your defense, tell me your secret as soon as possible." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao finally reacted. She looked at Han Qingyun in confusion. "Could it be that the medicine you gave Senior GE is a medicine that can increase his power?" Hearing this, Han Qingyun's face immediately flashed a sinister smile. "Why? Sect Leader Sun, are you afraid? Don't worry, as long as you tell me the secret of your medicine, I won't blame you." Seeing Han Qingyun's sinister expression, Sun Qiao was secretly shocked. She quickly turned her head to look at Ji Yunfei, wondering what kind of medicine Ji Yunfei had taken and what kind of effect it would have. Could it be that the medicine Han Qingyun had given Ji Yunfei was even more effective than the spirit-enhancing pill? If the medicine was not as effective as the spirit-enhancing pill, Han Qingyun would not have such a confident expression. Sun Qiao wasn't the only one who was surprised by Ji Yunfei's change. Everyone in the competition venue was surprised. Nai Tianhao looked at the younger Ji Yunfei and suddenly turned his head to look at Fan Yang. He lowered his voice and asked, "Master Fan, I saw that you gave Sect Leader Han 2 bottles of medicine just now, right?" Upon hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Fan Yang nodded sadly. Seeing Fan Yang nod, Nai Tianhao continued to ask, "Could it be that the medicine can restore a person's youth?" Hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Fan Yang did not know how to answer for a moment. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "It can't." Hearing Fan Yang's answer, Nai Tianhao turned his head to look at Ji Yunfei. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Fan Yang again and asked softly, "Could it be that the medicine is even more effective than the spirit-enhancing pill?" Fan Yang nodded, "It can increase one's strength by 5 times. Hearing Fan Yang's answer, Nai Tianhao was instantly shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Is it that powerful?" Fan Yang nodded. Nai Tianhao asked in surprise, "If that's the case, the side effects are also very strong." Fan Yang nodded again. "Indeed, the side effects are very strong." After hearing Fan Yang's answer, Nai Tianhao asked tentatively, "How strong are the side effects?" Hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Fan Yang hesitated for a moment before answering softly, "Cripple all martial art." "What?" Hearing Fan Yang's answer, Nai Tianhao could not help but exclaim in surprise. "You're saying that after consuming the medicine, one's martial arts will be crippled?" Fan Yang sighed. "This medicine can increase one's strength by 5 times in an instant, but the price is that after the medicine's effect wears off, the person who consumes the medicine will be crippled." Nai Tianhao looked at Ji Yunfei in disbelief and said in surprise, Senior GE has already consumed the medicine. Chapter 410. GE Yunfei walked towards Kikyomen's leather armor with a level 23 saber in his hand. Feeling the torrential torrent of true qi, GE Yunfei no longer had the slightest bit of happiness in his heart. Looking at the deep footprints under his feet, GE Yunfei suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. His voice was clear and loud, piercing through the clouds. Nearly half of the people present could not stand the stimulation of this voice. They covered their ears with their hands and screamed miserably as they fell to the ground, wailing in pain. After GE Yunfei roared, he suddenly stomped on the ground. Everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. Then, they saw GE Yunfei jump into the air and continue to rise. Soon, GE Yunfei was only a small black dot in everyone's eyes. In the next moment, this small black dot in the sky suddenly burst into a dazzling light. This ray of light was neither red nor gold. It was white. The white light shone brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as bright as a star. After a while, this dazzling light fell rapidly from the sky like a meteor. It had a long tail and made a sharp sound as it pierced through the air. With an unstoppable force, it fell towards Kikyomen's leather armor. After a while, this dazzling light hit the leather armor and burst into tens of thousands of white light spots that shot out in all directions. At this moment, everyone could only feel the ground beneath their feet trembling uncontrollably. Violent gales were raging in all directions, like a tsunami that shot out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao was so scared that her face turned pale. She wanted to scream, but she could not make a sound. With such a strong wave, it would be difficult to survive if one was hit by the wind. Sun Qiao's martial arts were not high. If she was hit by the wind, even if she did not die, she would definitely be severely injured. Sun Qiao only had time to close her eyes. She heard the sound of the wind and the sharp sound of sand and stones piercing through the air. Sun Qiao knew that this was bad. Just as she was about to cover her face with her hands, she suddenly froze. There was the sound of the wind breaking through the air, and endless screams. Even if Sun Qiao could hear the sound, she could guess how tragic the situation was. However, Sun Qiao was surprised to find that she was not affected at all. Shocked, Sun Qiao slowly opened her eyes and was stunned once again. Dazzling rays of light flashed continuously in the surroundings as screams of agony rang out one after another. However, the dazzling light did not appear around him. It was as if there was an invisible light screen around him that firmly enveloped him, isolating him from the outside world. Sun Qiao stared blankly at everything that was happening in front of her. After a long while, she finally reacted. At this time, the dazzling light finally disappeared, leaving only the painful cries of the people around her. Sun Qiao looked around and realized that there was no one around her. No, there was still Zhong Meng sitting on the side and Leng Yelio behind him. Other than the three of them, no one else was around. Even Nai Tianhao from the Sky Sword sect had long disappeared. This time, Ji Yunfei's attack was too strong. It took a long time for the fluctuations to slowly disappear. Sun Qiao calmed herself down and looked at her leather armor. Once again, she was stunned. Under such a strong attack, that leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear was still unscathed. After a while, Sun Qiao heard footsteps coming from behind her. She quickly turned around and saw Nai Tianhao and the others walking towards her. When they came closer, Sun Qiao realized that everyone's faces were not looking good. In fact, some of them were even injured. Han Qingyun rushed to the leather armor quickly. Looking at the unscathed leather armor, he suddenly roared out. His voice was filled with resentment and hatred. After using so much effort, he still could not break through the defense of the leather armor. Han Qingyun suddenly took the saber from Ji Yunfei's hands and started hacking at the leather armor. At the same time, he cursed out continuously. "I'll chop you up." Looking at the crazed Han Qingyun, Fan Yang sighed. Han Qingyun did not stop feeding Ji Yunfei the medicine that could cripple his martial arts, but he still could not break through the defense of the leather armor. Fan Yang understood Han Qingyun's feelings very well. No matter who it was, no one would feel good about it. With Han Qingyun's martial arts, he naturally could not damage the leather armor at all. After desperately hacking for a while, he finally threw the level 23 saber to the side. Gradually, Han Qingyun came to his senses. He knew that he had to face the next problem. The Kikyaromen's test was completed. Their leather armor once again withstood a level 23 attack. Next, it was time to test the Tiangongmen's equipment. Because Ji Yunfei's strength was too strong, the female Kikyaromen disciple was too close to him. She was hit by the flying sand and stones in the air and her arm was now attached. Since the female Kikyaromen disciple could not be tested again, they could only replace her with someone else. Unfortunately, most of the people in the competition venue were weak in martial arts and most of them were injured. The only people in the Kikyaromen who were not injured were Sun Qiaoer, her two disciples, and Leng Yeliu. Since they could not let Sun Qiaoer and her two disciples test the equipment, they could only let Leng Yeliu do it. At this moment, there were not many people in the competition venue. Even if there were people, no one dared to come close. They all stood far away and watched. Leng Yeliu picked up the level 23 saber from the ground and stopped in front of the Tiangongmen's equipment that was made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. Although Leng Yeliu was younger than the female Kikyaromen disciple, he was definitely stronger than the Kikyaromen disciple. Leng Yeliu slowly raised the saber in his hand. Looking at the Tiangongmen's equipment, he took a deep breath and hacked at the equipment. Ding! When the blade collided with the equipment, it immediately produced a crisp sound. After the sound, Cold Night Willow was also forced back a few steps by the recoil before he stabilized himself. Leng Yeliu had just stabilized himself when he looked at the equipment. When he saw it clearly, he immediately shouted, "There's a scar. I've broken the mark." Hearing Leng Yeliu's shout, Sun Qiaoer was overjoyed. On the other hand, Han Qingyun's expression changed and his heart sank. If there was a scar on the equipment, it would definitely not be able to withstand the next attack. Han Qingyun guessed that after using the 5 drops of spirit water, he would be able to last until level 24. He did not expect that he would only last until level 24 before he was about to be defeated. What should he do next? Should he admit defeat? Han Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at his equipment. He kept thinking, what should I do? Chapter 4:11. Han Qingyun's mind raced. What should he do next? If there were no accidents, the next level 24 attack would break through the defense of his deep-sea cold iron and adamantine equipment. And the opponent's leather armor, even with Ji Yunfei's tenfold amplification, did not break through its defense. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At this rate, even if his attack reached level 24 with his master's tenfold amplification, it would still be impossible to break through the defense of this leather armor. What should he do? Han Qingyun was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but there was nothing he could do. The defense of the Tiangongmen's equipment could very well be broken in the next attack. This was the most critical point for him. Even if the opponent's leather armor's defense was broken in the next attack, and his equipment's defense was broken as well, it would still be a draw. He would not win this match. Therefore, he could not let his equipment's defense be broken in the next attack. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of pain, but it was quickly replaced by a ferocious look on his face. Han Qingyun's eyes kept darting around. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned to face Han Yuqiao again. In a low voice, he said, "Go back now and bring me all the spirit water." What? Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Han Yuqiao was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Father, we can't do this. We only have 6 drops of spirit water left. If we take all of them and still can't win, we'll be in trouble." Saying this, Han Yuqiao reached out and grabbed Han Qingyun. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "Father, with Grandmaster's attack, even if we're level 24, I'm afraid we won't be able to break through the defense of that leather armor. This time, we have no chance of winning." Han Qingyun did not wait for Han Yuqiao to finish and sharply interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense. If I tell you to go, then go. I'll take care of the rest." Saying this, Han Yuqiao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "At level 24, I'll definitely find a way to break through the defense of their equipment." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Han Yuqiao's eyes lit up and he asked in surprise, "Father, Do you have a way to break through the defense of their leather armor? Hearing this, Han Qingyun nodded. If your Grandmaster's attack power is increased by 10 times, do you think he can break through the defense of that leather armor? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Han Yuchao frowned slightly. He thought about it briefly and immediately nodded with a smile. Right now, Grandmaster's attack power is already quite strong. If his attack power is increased by 10 times, I'm afraid that even this competition ground will be razed to the ground by him, not to mention a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. Its defense will definitely be broken. Hearing Han Yuchao's words, Han Qingyun, who had been frowning, finally relaxed a little. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Since you know that you can break through their defenses, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Yes, father. I'll go get the spiritual water now. Hearing this, Han Yuchao immediately responded and turned to leave in a hurry. Looking at Han Yuchao's back and thinking about Han Yuchao's answer just now, Han Qingyun's uneasy heart finally relaxed completely. As long as his equipment could not be destroyed at level 24, then with Ji Yunfei's strength and 10 times his attack, it would definitely be like what Han Yuchao had said. Even if he wanted to raze this place to the ground, it would definitely not be a difficult matter. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun nodded with satisfaction and turned to walk towards Fan Yang. After seeing that the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor was not broken through, Fan Yang had been staring at the competition ground. Just now, in order to win this competition, Fan Yang had seen with his own eyes that Han Qingyun had made Ji Yunfei consume the medicine in the blue bottle, which was the medicine that could make a person's martial arts useless. However, after increasing his power by 5 times, the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor was still not broken. Now, Fan Yang was a little worried. He was worried that Han Qingyun would make Ji Yunfei consume the medicine in the red porcelain bottle. The medicine in the blue porcelain bottle could increase one's power by 5 times, but it could make a person's martial arts useless. The medicine in the red porcelain bottle was even more powerful. Although it could increase one's power by 10 times, once the effect of the medicine wore off, the person would immediately lose his life. Fan Yang was most worried that Han Qingyun would make Ji Yunfei consume the medicine in the red porcelain bottle. Fan Yang did not want to see this happen. Although the Medicine King Hall refined this medicine and you knew the side effects of this medicine, the main purpose of refining this medicine was to deal with unexpected situations. For example, when a group of people were fighting with a wild beast and realized that they could not defeat the beast, if they continued to fight, they would be wiped out and everyone would be killed by the beast. Under such circumstances, if someone were to sacrifice himself and take this medicine, he would be able to kill the beast single-handedly. This way, although this medicine was highly toxic and its side effects were quite strong, no one would say that this medicine was a bad medicine. They would all say that this medicine was a life-saving medicine. This was because when the entire group had died, only one person had died. In that case, this medicine was actually a good thing. It could be considered as a life-saving medicine. However, to use it like Han Qingyun, Fan Yang really did not understand. Although he also knew that the significance of this competition between Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen was different, Fan Yang still felt that Ji Yunfei was Han Qingyun's master and had taught him a lot. No matter what, Han Qingyun should not have made Ji Yunfei consume this kind of harmful medicine. Fan Yang was hesitating. Wait a minute, if Han Qingyun made Ji Yunfei consume the medicine in the red porcelain bottle again, should he go forward to stop it? Just as Fan Yang's thoughts were running wild, he suddenly raised his head and suddenly realized that Han Qingyun was walking towards him. Seeing Han Qingyun coming over, Fan Yang was stunned for a moment. He did not understand why Han Qingyun came over. Although Fan Yang did not know why Han Qingyun came over, at this critical juncture, he was very clear that Han Qingyun would not have come looking for him for no reason. There must be something that he wanted to discuss with him. Brother Fan, I really did not expect that Kikyaromen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear to have such strong defensive power. This is really an eye-opener. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang also nodded with emotion. That's right. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The defense of an armor made from the skin of a wild bear can reach such a terrifying state. It's really unexpected. After hearing Fan Yang's answer, Han Qingyun sighed. I thought that Kikyaromen's craftsmanship was very good, but I did not expect it to reach such a level. If I had known, I would not have competed with them no matter what. Chapter 412. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang nodded. Fan Yang agreed with Han Qingyun's sentiments. If he had known that Kikyaromen was so strong, Fan Yang was certain that Han Qingyun would never have agreed to compete with Kikyaromen, even if there was something wrong with his brain. At this stage of the competition, who would have thought that the battle would still be undecided even though both sides had reached level 24? According to Fan Yang's initial guess, this battle should have ended within level 10. But now, it had reached this stage. When he first arrived, Fan Yang had always thought that the Heaven's Craftsman faction would win without a doubt. Even if he didn't know how to craft equipment, he knew very well that equipment made of metal would definitely have a higher defense than leather armor. This was basically an indisputable fact that everyone agreed upon. But now, this indisputable fact seemed to have changed. The Tiangongmen had spent so much money and resources to make this equipment, but it could not compare to Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made from the skin of a wild bear. Fan Yang understood how Han Qingyun was feeling now. He must be regretting his decision. If he had known that Kikyaromen was so strong, he would never have chosen to compete with Kikyaromen. But now, it was too late even if he did not want to compete. With so many people watching, if the Tiangongmen lost, the consequences would be dire. Thinking of this, Fan Yang could only let out a long sigh to show that he understood Han Qingyun's helplessness. Hearing Fan Yang's sigh, Han Qingyun could not help but sigh as well. Brother Fan, now that things have reached this stage, it is no longer within our control. Han Qingyun paused for a moment and gritted his teeth before continuing. No matter what, the Tiangongmen must win this battle. If they lose, the consequences will be unimaginable. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang could only nod again, but he still had nothing to say. What should he say? Even though he knew what kind of situation Han Qingyun was in, this did not mean that they wanted to do the same thing. If this matter was done by Fan Yang, he would definitely not let his master eat that kind of vicious medicine to improve his own skills. However, Han Qingyun was different. Fan Yang could already tell that in order to win this competition, Han Qingyun would do anything to win this competition. Seeing Fan Yang remain silent, Han Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lowering his voice, he said, "Brother Fan, do you know why my equipment can last until level 24? Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Fan Yang shook his head again. He really didn't know. Although he heard Yun Zhenbai mention the spirit water, he didn't know much about it, so he didn't know the truth. Han Qingyun nodded. Equipment forged from deep-sea cold iron and fine gold can only last until level 14 at most. It can only last until now because of the blessing of our sect's treasure, spirit water. At this point, Han Qingyun didn't wait for Fan Yang's reply and continued, spirit water is extremely precious. Even the Tiangongmen only have 21 drops, but now, for this competition, these 21 drops of precious spirit water have been used up. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang finally understood how precious the spirit water was. He looked at Han Qingyun in shock and asked, "Since the spirit water is so precious, why did you use it?" Han Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. In this competition between the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen, do you think the Tiangongmen can lose? At this point, Han Qingyun didn't wait for Fan Yang's reply and continued, "No, the Tiangongmen can't lose. If the Tiangongmen lose to a small Kikyaromen, then the reputation of the Tiangongmen will definitely plummet. When that happens, the Tiangongmen will probably decline. Therefore, the Tiangongmen can't lose this competition. They must win." At this point, Fan Yang could somewhat understand Han Qingyun's thinking. However, he still couldn't agree with Han Qingyun's way of doing things. Thinking of this, Fan Yang couldn't help but ask, "Since you knew you were going to lose, why did you give Senior GE those pills?" Upon hearing this, Han Qingyun shook his head and said seriously, "As a disciple of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, it's my duty to die for the Heaven's Craftsman faction. If it were me, I would have taken those medicines too." At this point, Han Qingyun shook his head sadly. "It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Even if I took those pills, my strength wouldn't increase by much. Therefore, I can only ask my master to do his part for the Tiangongmen. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang sighed and said bitterly, 5 spirit-enhancing pills have already reduced Senior Ji's lifespan by 10 years. Now that he's taken the pills in the blue porcelain bottle, his martial arts will be lost. Sigh. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have given you those pills. If I didn't give you those pills, Senior Ji wouldn't have lost his martial arts. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun laughed coldly in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Han Qingyun stepped forward and patted Fan Yang's shoulder. This has nothing to do with you. I did all of this. If he loses us, I, as his disciple, will definitely take good care of him, Han Qingyun said sternly. At this point, Han Qingyun sighed again. It's a pity that if the Tiangongmen lose this competition, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position as the leader. When that time comes, even if I want to take care of my master, I won't be able to do it. Therefore, no matter what, we have to win this competition. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang's gaze suddenly froze. He looked at Han Qingyun and after a long while, he asked tentatively, Sect Leader Han, do you think that you can still win this competition? After hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun was silent for a while, then slowly nodded. We can win. As long as my master takes the pills in the red porcelain bottle, his martial arts will increase by 10 times. He should be able to break through the defense of Kikyomen's leather armor. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang's expression changed. He looked at Han Qingyun in shock and asked in a trembling voice, Don't tell me, you want to give your master the pills in the red porcelain bottle? Hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun nodded and said calmly, Now that things have come to this, we don't have much of a choice. In order to win this competition, this is the only way. Fan Yang's eyes widened as he stared at Han Qingyun. Did you forget what I told you? After taking the pills in the red porcelain bottle, once the effects of the pills wear off, he will immediately lose his life. Did you forget? After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun shook his head and said softly, I didn't forget what would happen after taking the pills, but I really don't have any other choice. Chapter 413. Han Qingyun continued, Now that things have come to this, in order to defeat Kikyomen, we can only take a risk. Fan Yang looked at Han Qingyun and suddenly sighed, That medicine is already yours. Do as you see fit. As an outsider, I have nothing to say. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun nodded and turned to leave. Han Qingyun left Fan Yang and walked towards Ji Yunfei. At this moment, Ji Yunfei's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His eyes were fixed on the leather armor, but in his heart, he could not help but wonder why he was still unable to break through the defense of this leather armor with his cultivation. Ji Yunfei was very clear about his strength just now. If he used this kind of strength to attack others, he believed that no one in the entire South County would be able to block his attack. However, this leather armor blocked it. However, because he was staring at the leather armor made of the Tiangongmen's wild bear, he carefully looked to see if there was anything different. However, after looking at it for a long time, he did not see anything different. With Ji Yunfei's insight, he was very certain that the material of this leather armor was indeed the skin of a wild bear. In terms of craftsmanship, there were no extraordinary skills. It was just some ordinary manufacturing techniques and the use of potions to make the leather armor. Even such a simple piece of leather armor couldn't break through his defense. Just as Ji Yunfei was thinking, Han Qingyun had already walked over from afar. Master, did you feel anything different when you used your full strength just now? Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei woke up from his thoughts. He raised his head to look at Han Qingyun and shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I didn't find anything. This is just an ordinary leather armor. Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun turned his head to look at the leather armor. After looking at it for a long time, he let out a long sigh. Ji Yunfei was right. This was just an ordinary leather armor. However, could an ordinary leather armor have such a strong defense? Han Qingyun turned his head to look at Ji Yunfei and sighed, Master, what should we do next? Ji Yunfei shook his head. There's no other way. I've already increased my power by 10 times, but I still can't break through the defense of this equipment. I really have no other way. Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun asked softly, Master, if you want to break the defense of this leather armor, I think the only way is to increase your attack power. Increase attack power. Ji Yunfei repeated this sentence, and then sighed, how can I increase it? I have already increased my power by 10 times, but I still can't break through the defense of this leather armor. Hearing this, Han Qingyun hurriedly asked, Master, do you have any elixirs that can increase one's power? Ji Yunfei shook his head. Although I also have drugs that can increase one's power, the increase is too small. Most importantly, these drugs don't have much harm to the body. Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun shook his head. Master, can't you see that if the increase in strength is small, there is no chance of breaking through the defense of that leather armor? At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Master, there is a more important problem. The defense of our equipment will be broken by Kikyaromen very soon. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but frown. He just remembered that Cold Night Willow's attack had already left a mark on the Tiangongmen's equipment. If there were no accidents, the next attack should be able to break through the defense of this equipment. Thinking that the next attack would be able to break through the defense of this equipment, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but feel nervous. He hurriedly turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked softly, what should we do? In the next attack, I really don't have the confidence to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor. Once the defense of our equipment is broken through, we will lose this match. Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun nodded. Master, you don't have to worry about this. I have already asked Yu Chao to go back and bring all the remaining spirit water. I believe that it will be able to withstand a level 24 attack. What? You took all the spirit water? Ji Yunfei looked at Han Qingyun in shock. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Han Qingyun's shoulder. What did you say? You want to use all the remaining spirit water? Han Qingyun nodded dejectedly. Master, at this point, we have no other choice. If we lose this match, the Tiangongmen will decline sooner or later. Even if we keep the spirit water, it will be useless. Since that's the case, why don't we give it our all? Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but grit his teeth. If you use up all the spirit water, when the time comes and the sect leader asks, what will you do? Can you bear the responsibility? Han Qingyun sighed. Master, if we lose this match, we won't be able to face the sect leader. Upon hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei suddenly sneered. What does this have to do with me? For the sake of the Heavens Craftsman faction, I've already lost 14 years of my lifespan. To the Heavens Craftsman faction, I've already done my best. You, on the other hand, should think about what you will do if you provoke the Kikyaromen. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I am extremely impressed with Master's righteousness. For the sake of the Tiangongmen's honor, you are willing to give up 14 years of your life. You have indeed done your best. Among all the addresses of the Heavens Craftsman faction, how many people could be like Shifu, contributing so much for the Heavens Craftsman faction? Master's righteousness is already the best in the world. At this point, Han Qingyun's eyes were already filled with tears. He choked as he continued, it's all because of my incompetence. I really deserve to die for persuading Master to take so many harmful medicines. However, if there was any other way, I wouldn't have done it. I will always remember Master's teachings. For the sake of the Tiangongmen's honor, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Even if you want me to die now, as long as I can win this match, I will definitely do it without any complaints. Master, it's best that you don't bother about the matters here anymore. Let me handle the rest. Ji Yunfei looked at Han Qingyun in confusion. After a while, he slowly asked, do you have a way to break the defense of the Kikyaromen's leather armor? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun took out a red porcelain bottle and sadly said, Master, Disciple went to Fan Yang's place just now and found a bottle of medicine that can increase one's power. Disciple wants to eat this medicine to increase my power. Chapter 4:14. Ji Yunfei looked at the red porcelain bottle in Han Qingyun's hand. After a while, he asked curiously, what is this? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun sighed, Master, this medicine can increase one's power. Increase power? Ji Yunfei looked at Han Qingyun and asked tentatively, how much power can it increase? Han Qingyun raised the red porcelain bottle in his hand and sighed again, 10 times the power. As long as you eat the pill in the red porcelain bottle, your power will increase by 10 times. Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei could not help but gasp, 10 times the power? Does the pill in the bottle really have such a strong effect? Han Qingyun nodded, indeed, this pill is specially made by the Medicine King Hall. Its effect is very strong and can almost be considered to be able to increase one's power to the extreme. After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, that's great. If you take this pill that can increase your power by 10 times, your strength will immediately increase greatly. At that time, there will definitely be hope to break through the defense of that armor. Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart, but his face did not change at all. Han Qingyun sighed, Master, if you give me all those pills that you eat, how good would that be? Ji Yunfei was stunned when he heard this and asked, what do you mean? Han Qingyun heard this and smiled bitterly, Master, although the pill in the red porcelain bottle is very strong, it can only increase my power by 10 times. At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Just now, Master ate 5 spirit strengthening pills, which increased his power by 5 times. He also ate the pills in the blue porcelain bottle, which also increased his power by 5 times. In this way, Master's power has increased by 10 times, but he still can't break through the defense of that armor. And if I eat the pill in the red bottle, it will only increase my power by 10 times. I'm afraid that by then, my power will not be as strong as Master's current power. So, even if I eat the pill in the red bottle, it will only increase my power by 10 times and I still can't break through the defense of that armor. But if I eat the pill that Master just ate, I can increase my power by 20 times. At that time, my power will definitely be higher than Master's and I believe that I will have a greater chance of breaking through the defense of that armor. This. Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei could not help but be stunned. Han Qingyun was his disciple, naturally, his martial arts was not as high as his. But just now, he had already eaten 5 spirit strengthening pills, and one of the pills in the blue porcelain bottle, which had increased his power by 10 times, but he still couldn't break through the defense of the leather armor. On the other hand, after Han Qingyun ate the red pill, his power only increased by 10 times. Even if Han's power was increased by 10 times, there was no way would he be able to break through the armor's defense. With Ji Yunfei's current power, if he increased his power by 10 times, he believed that he would definitely be able to break through the armor's defense. If Han Qingyun were to eat it, he would have to eat 2 pills in a row, no, 3 pills in a row to surpass him in terms of power. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Han Qingyun. After a while, he slowly asked, how many pills are there in this red porcelain bottle? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart, knowing that Ji Yunfei had been tricked. Master, this pill is not easy to make. Even the Medicine King Hall doesn't have much of it. There is only 1 pill in this bottle. Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei's heart skipped a beat. If what Han Qingyun said was true and there was only 1 pill, then he had to eat this pill to be able to defeat Kikyaromen. Ji Yunfei knew very well that if Han Qingyun ate this pill, it would be useless. Even if Han Qingyun ate this pill, the increase in power would only be a 10-fold increase on his own foundation. With Han Qingyun's martial arts, even if his power was increased by 10 times, he would still be a far cry from Ren Baqian. With Ren Baqian's current power, he was still unable to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's armor made of wild bear skin. Needless to say, if Han Qingyun ate this pill, the increase in power would be even smaller. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei's forehead slowly broke out in cold sweat. He was once again caught in a dilemma. After a while, Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at Fan Yang in the distance. Then, he turned his head to look at Han Qingyun and asked in a low voice, how many of these pills are there? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun naturally knew what Ji Yunfei was thinking. He only muttered to himself for a while and then sighed. I heard from Fan Yang that the production of this pill is complicated. In addition, The ingredients used are relatively precious. Furthermore, this is a new type of medicine developed by the Medicine King Hall. Hence, they only have a total of 3 pills. At this point, Han Qingyun sighed again. It's a pity that Fan Yang only brought 1 pill with him this time. As for the other 2 pills, they are kept in the Medicine King's Hall. Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei felt bitter. The Medicine King Hall was very far from here. Even if he knew that the Medicine King Hall still had 2 more pills, it was still too late to get them now. What should he do? Ji Yunfei's heart was beating rapidly. It was beating so fast that he was distraught. He did not know what to do. Ji Yunfei knew that this pill that could increase one's power by 10 times should be relatively precious. It was impossible that there were many of them. There was only 1 pill here. If Han Qingyun were to take this 1 pill, it would be of no help and wouldn't have any effect. But if he ate it, perhaps things would take a turn for the better. Although Kikyomen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear had shocking defensive power, Ji Yunfei guessed that if he increased his power by 20 times, he should be able to break through the defense of that leather armor. Just now, after eating the pill in the blue porcelain bottle, although it only increased his power by 5 times, Ji Yunfei felt a strong change. After eating the blue pill, Ji Yunfei felt that even the leader of the Sky Sword sect, Jiang Nantian, would not be a match for him. If his power was increased by 10 times, Ji Yunfei guessed that even the leader of the Sky Sword sect, Jiang Nantian, would not be able to take a single blow from him. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at the red porcelain bottle in Han Qingyun's hand. He hesitated again. What should he do? Who should eat this pill? Chapter 4:15. Who was going to take this pill? Ji Yunfei was hesitant in his heart. The reason why he was hesitant was because he was very clear that although this kind of strength-increasing medicine could increase one's strength, the side effects were also very big. It could be said that the more strength increased, the more likely the side effects would be. Ji Yunfei felt a chill in his heart. In order to deal with Kikyomen, he had already taken 5 spirit-strengthening pills, which reduced his lifespan by 10 years. Next, he took another pill from the blue porcelain bottle, which reduced his lifespan by another 4 years. After taking these 2 pills, he had reduced his lifespan by a total of 14 years. This already made Ji Yunfei very dissatisfied. Although Ji Yunfei's martial arts were strong and his inner strength was strong, he knew very well that no matter how strong his endurance was, he would still grow old eventually. He was not young now, but he had lost another 14 years of his lifespan. This made his heart bleed and he felt extremely reluctant. Looking at the red porcelain bottle in Han Qingyun's hand, Ji Yunfei gritted his teeth. Han Qingyun, let me ask you. The pills in this porcelain bottle are so powerful, but do they have any side effects? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun hurriedly pretended to be righteous and said, Master, don't worry about me. Although taking this pill will reduce my lifespan by 6 years, for the honor of the Heavens Craftsman faction and for the sake of winning this competition, I won't hesitate to take this pill even if it will reduce my lifespan by 60 years, let alone a mere 6 years. Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei's face turned slightly red, and he suddenly felt ashamed. He never thought that Han Qingyun would be so determined to protect the honor of the Qiangongmen. Ji Yunfei thought of Han Qingyun's answer and felt even more conflicted. Han Qingyun had said that even if this pill would reduce his lifespan by 60 years, as long as he could win this competition, he would not hesitate to take it. As for himself, in terms of determination, there was a huge difference between him and Han Qingyun. He was Han Qingyun's master, but in terms of the honor of the Qiangongmen, he really could not compare to Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun looked at Ji Yunfei's changing expression, and knew what he was thinking. The pills that Ji Yunfei had taken earlier were all taken under Han Qingyun's instigation. This time, he was prepared to change his strategy and let Ji Yunfei take the pills in the red porcelain bottle on his own accord. Han Qingyun remembered very clearly that Fan Yang had once said that the pill in the red porcelain bottle had a very powerful effect. As long as one ate it, their power would immediately increase by 10 times. However, the side effects were also quite severe. As long as he ate this pill, he would no longer have a chance to live. Once the effects of the pill wore off, the person would immediately vanish into thin air. As the vice sect master of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, Han Qingyun would never take this pill. Only Ji Yunfei could take it. However, Ji Yunfei was an elder of the Tiangongmen. Even if they wanted him to take it, he had to be willing to take it. Seeing Ji Yunfei's conflicted expression, Han Qingyun hurriedly said, "Master, although this pill can increase one's power by 10 times, even if disciple takes it, my strength will still be inferior to master's. Wanting to break through the defense of the 7 possibilities sect's leather armor won't be an easy task." At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, "Master, I wonder if you have any other pills that can increase my strength for your disciple to consume. Otherwise, if your disciple only eats this pill, it doesn't seem to be of much use." Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Ji Yunfei was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I don't have any." "Oh." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Han Qingyun responded disappointedly before sighing, "What should I do? This pill can only increase my power by 10 times, but it's still not enough." At this point, Han Qingyun sighed again and said with some annoyance, "If only I was the one to take those pills. 5 spirit strengthening pills can increase my power by 5 times. The pill in the blue porcelain bottle can increase my power by 5 times. If I take the pill in the red porcelain bottle, I can increase my power by another 10 times. If I take these 3 pills together, I can increase my power by 20 times." At this point, Han Qingyun clapped his hands and said loudly, "If I take these 3 pills, I can increase my power by 20 times. At that time, I can easily break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor." At this point, Han Qingyun turned his head to look at Kikyaromen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear and said bitterly, "As long as we can defeat Kikyaromen's leather armor making techniques will belong to the Tiangongmen. And we, the Tiangongmen, will become famous because of this leather armor making technique, and will become even more famous. Furthermore, the Tiangongmen will become the largest armor making sect in Anwu country." Looking at Han Qingyun's bright eyes and eloquent speech, Ji Yunfei felt very uncomfortable. This didn't mean that he didn't like to listen to Han Qingyun's words. In fact, it was the opposite. He liked to listen to Han Qingyun's words. Because of this, he knew that it was impossible to rely on Han Qingyun's tenfold power to break through the leather armor's defense. Han Qingyun was right. As long as they defeated Kikyaromen, according to the rules of the martial arts world, Kikyaromen would have to report this leather armor making technique to the Tiangongmen. Ji Yunfei also knew that if the Tiangongmen really had this technique, it would be of great help to their future development. But this beautiful future was all based on breaking through the defense of this leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. Even if Han Qingyun ate the pill in the red porcelain bottle, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through the leather armor's defense. Ji Yunfei knew this very well. If he wanted to break through the leather armor's defense, he would have to eat the pill in the red porcelain bottle in Han Qingyun's hand. If his power increased by 20 times, and if his estimation wasn't wrong, he should be able to break through the leather armor's defense. If he ate the pill in the red porcelain bottle, his power would increase by 10 times. Kikyaromen's leather armor was only made from the skin of a wild bear. No matter how strong its defense was, there would always be a limit. If he ate the pill in the red porcelain bottle, with his power, he should be able to break through the leather armor's defense. Ji Yunfei had this feeling, and he also had this confidence. With his martial arts and his power increased by 20 times, he felt that there was nothing he couldn't break through. No matter how strong the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor was, Ji Yunfei guessed that it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand his power increased by 20 times. Chapter 416. Ji Yunfei didn't want to eat the pill in the red bottle because he had already lost 14 years of his life. He was already an old man, and if his life continued to be lost, he was afraid. At this moment, Han Qingyun was starting to regret. He really shouldn't have taken the spirit-boosting pill from the very beginning. Then, he took the pill in the blue porcelain bottle. Now, apart from the pill in the red porcelain bottle, he had no other pills to take. Ji Yunfei had never bothered to take pills that could increase one's strength, so naturally, he didn't have any left. He faintly thought that if he hadn't eaten the spirit-boosting pill and the medicine in the blue porcelain bottle, and had instead given the red porcelain bottle to Han Qingyun along with the other 2 medicines, he would have been able to break through the defense of the 7 Possibilities sect's leather armor with the help of the red porcelain bottle. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei regretted it immensely. He felt his heart twitching uncomfortably. He wanted to dig it out and stomp on it to express his regret. Ji Yunfei was very clear that he had to take this pill. Even if Han Qingyun took it, it would be useless. Unless there were 3 of these red pills, it would be possible for Han Qingyun's strength to surpass him. Otherwise, even if Han Qingyun took this pill, it would be useless. What should he do? Ji Yunfei was so anxious that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He really didn't want to take this pill. He had already lost 14 years of his lifespan, and this pill would reduce his lifespan by another 6 years. Adding this up, he would lose 20 years of his lifespan. Thinking of losing 20 years of his life, Ji Yunfei only felt his heart ache unbearably. Suddenly, Ji Yunfei's gaze stopped on Fan Yang. Fan Yang was a disciple of the Medicine King Pavilion, so he should have pills that could increase his strength. Most importantly, the red bottle in Han Qingyun's hand was given to him by Fan Yang. In that case, Fan Yang should have more of these pills. Ji Yunfei wasn't greedy. He only hoped that Fan Yang had 2 more of these pills. Even if Han Qingyun took 3 of these pills, each pill would reduce his life by 6 years, which would only reduce his life by 18 years. Most importantly, Han Qingyun was still young. Even if he lost 18 years of his life, he could still live for many more years. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei could no longer hold back. He waved at Fan Yang and said loudly, "Come here, this old man has something to say to you." While Han Qingyun and Ji Yunfei were talking, Fan Yang had been staring at them. Although Han Qingyun didn't say anything to him, he knew very well what Han Qingyun wanted to do. There was no doubt that Han Qingyun wanted Ji Yunfei to take the red pill. Looking at the old Ji Yunfei, Fan Yang couldn't bear it. He wanted to stop him a few times, but he couldn't open his mouth because this was a matter of another sect. As an outsider, he really shouldn't say anything. Just as Fan Yang was hesitating, he saw Ji Yunfei waving at him. Fan Yang couldn't help but be stunned. After he reacted, he quickly walked towards Ji Yunfei. Arriving in front of Ji Yunfei, Fan Yang cupped his fists and respectfully said, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing Fan Yang come in front of him, Ji Yunfei first nodded and then said, "You are from the Medicine King Pavilion. I believe you should have a lot of medicine on you. Now, this old man wants to ask you, do you have any medicine that can increase one's cultivation?" Medicine that can increase one's cultivation? After hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Fan Yang was stunned again. He didn't understand what Ji Yunfei wanted to do. Could it be that Ji Yunfei didn't die quickly enough after taking the pill in the red porcelain bottle? This time, Fan Yang only brought a few precious pills. His purpose was naturally to sell them at the auction house for a good price and then buy some materials back. For example, the 2 types of pills that he had just given to Han Qingyun were only newly developed pills. More importantly, the materials used to make those pills were quite precious. Even if one wanted to refine one of those pills, it would take a lot of money. This time, Fan Yang had only brought these 2 pills with him. The rest were just some medicine for healing. "Senior, this junior didn't bring any extra pills this time." Seeing Ji Yunfei call Fan Yang over, Han Qingyun cursed Ji Yunfei in his heart. However, he was also afraid that Ji Yunfei would know that Fan Yang gave him 2 pills at once. "Master, Fan Yang's main purpose for coming out this time is to participate in this competition. The pill I got from him is a new product developed by the Medicine King Hall. That's why he brought it here to try. He shouldn't have any extra pills with him." At this point, Han Qingyun sighed. If he had extra pills, this junior would have bought them all. "I don't need a lot. I only need to take 2 of these pills and I have confidence that I can break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor." At this point, Han Qingyun sighed again. It's a pity that there is only one of such good pills. Otherwise, a mere Kikyaromen would not be worth mentioning. After hearing Fan Yang's answer, Ji Yunfei did not give up. After Han Qingyun finished speaking, he stared at Fan Yang and asked again, "Could it be that there's no medicine at all?" Fan Yang shook his head. "No." Ji Yunfei hurriedly asked, I believe that you have people in South County City. Could it be that they don't have this medicine? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Fan Yang was stunned once again. He had a vague feeling that Ji Yunfei's words and the medicine he was asking about were not meant for him to take. Thinking of this, Fan Yang subconsciously glanced at Han Qingyun. Then, he frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Ji Yunfei and slowly said, There are indeed disciples of the Medicine King Pavilion in South County. If Senior needs other medicinal herbs, they should be in stock. However, such precious medicinal herbs are definitely not in stock. After hearing Fan Yang's answer, Ji Yunfei was extremely disappointed. If Fan Yang still had this kind of pill, then he only needed to buy a few more and give them to Han Qingyun to eat. This matter would be perfectly resolved. But it was really a pity that this kind of medicine was gone. The most important thing was that if this kind of medicine only lasted for a moment, then the best solution was for him to take this pill. If he let Han Qingyun take this pill, it would just be a waste in vain. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei simply did not know what to say. If he ate the pill in the red porcelain bottle, it would reduce his lifespan by 20 years. If that was the case, he could still live for a few more years. When he thought of leaving this beautiful world soon, Ji Yunfei felt a sense of reluctance in his heart. Today, he had originally planned to invite a few good friends and have a few drinks together. However, this matter had happened. It made Ji Yunfei feel like he was in a dream. Chapter 417. Ji Yunfei wanted to cry. It was all like a nightmare. First, he ate the spirit-enhancing pill that could reduce his lifespan by 5 years. Then, he ate the pill in the blue porcelain bottle that could reduce his lifespan by 5 years. Then, he had to face the pill in the red porcelain bottle. This was a pill that could directly reduce his lifespan by 6 years. Seeing the red porcelain bottle in Han Qingyun's hand, Ji Yunfei wanted to snatch it and throw it on the ground. He wanted to smash the bottle into pieces and then stomp on it a few hundred times until it completely disappeared from the world. But he couldn't. At this moment, he still needed the pill in the red porcelain bottle to increase his power. Only then could he defeat Kikyaromen. Looking at the hesitant Ji Yunfei, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart. He knew what Ji Yunfei was thinking. Naturally, he also knew that Ji Yunfei didn't want to eat the pill in the red porcelain bottle. But in order to win today's competition, Ji Yunfei had to eat the pill. Looking at Ji Yunfei's hesitant eyes, Fan Yang couldn't bear it. When he made this pill, his goal wasn't to harm people, but to save people. At a critical moment, using one person to save more people, this pill was a good thing. But now, there was no danger. He had to eat the red pill just for the competition. Ji Yunfei had already eaten a lot of pills. The spirit-enhancing pill had reduced his lifespan by 10 years. When the effect of the pill in the blue porcelain bottle disappeared, Ji Yunfei would immediately lose all his martial arts and become an ordinary person. No, he might not even be comparable to an ordinary person. But even so, this wasn't the end. Now, he wanted to eat the pill in the red porcelain bottle. Thinking about the side effects of the pill in the red porcelain bottle, Fan Yang's heart was filled with sorrow. Fan Yang took a deep breath and suddenly said to Ji Yunfei, Senior, I don't think it's a good idea to eat the pill in the red porcelain bottle. Before Fan Yang could finish, he was interrupted by Han Qingyun. Brother Fan, don't try to persuade me anymore. For the honor of the Heavens Craftsman faction, for the sake of the Heavens Craftsman faction's prosperity, I must take the pill in the red porcelain bottle. No matter what side effects this red porcelain pill has, as long as it's for the sake of the Heavens Craftsman faction, I won't hesitate even if I have to be crushed to pieces. Hearing Han Qingyun's righteous words, Fan Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He thought the pill was for Ji Yunfei to eat. Who would have thought that Han Qingyun would want to eat it? After a while, Fan suddenly asked, Master Han, with your martial arts, even if you eat the pill, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through the defense of the leather armor. Hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun waved his hand and said with a smile, That's why I called you here, Brother Fan, to ask if there are any other pills that can increase my martial arts. I might as well eat them all at once. That way, won't my martial arts increase a lot? By then, I'll be able to break through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor. Hearing Han Qingyun's reply, Fan Yang was stunned once again. After a long while, he asked tentatively, Sect Master Han, could it be that you have forgotten the side effects of the pills in the red porcelain bottle that I told you earlier? Hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun waved his hand and said sadly, Brother Fan, I remember clearly what you said just now. But for the glory of the Tiangongmen, my personal honor doesn't matter. As long as I can win this competition, no matter how bad the side effects are, I won't hesitate to eat it. Speaking of this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. Oh right, Brother Fan, do you have any better pills that can increase one's martial arts? Hearing this, Fan Yang shook his head sadly. No, Master Han is a righteous man. For the glory of the Tiangongmen, you're willing to sacrifice yourself. That's really admirable. At this point, Fan Yang paused for a moment. Then, he thought for a moment, sighed, and continued, Sect Leader Han's righteousness is admirable, but I advise Sect Leader Han not to take it. With your martial arts, even if you take this pill, you definitely won't be able to break through the defense of the leather armor. Instead, you'll be wasting the pill. Sect Leader Han, you'd better give it up. Hearing this, Han Qingyun waved his hand vigorously and said firmly, No, even if there's a chance, I won't give up. Hearing Han Qingyun's reply, Fan Yang said anxiously, Master Han, even if you're willing to sacrifice yourself for the Tiangongmen, even if you eat the pill in the red porcelain bottle, you still won't have a chance to break through the defense of the leather armor. After hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun remained silent, but his expression turned somewhat ugly. Ji Yunfei naturally heard the conversation between the two clearly. Seeing Han Qingyun insist on taking the pill, Ji Yunfei felt even more guilty. Ji Yunfei knew very well that there was no point for Han Qingyun to take the pill. But if he took the pill, he would have a real chance of winning this competition. However, Ji Yunfei was unwilling to let 6 years of his life go to waste just like that. But looking at Han Qingyun, Ji Yunfei's heart suddenly surged with a warm current, rushing to his mind in an instant. He suddenly shouted, Don't say any more, let me take this pill. Master. No. Hearing Ji Yunfei's reply, Han Qingyun and Fan Yang cried out at the same time. When Han Qingyun came to his senses, he suddenly knelt down. Master, you've already sacrificed too much for the Tiangongmen. Let me take the pill. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei's eyes filled with tears and he shook his head. No, Fan Yang is right. Even if you take the pill, it's useless. Your power isn't enough. Even if you increase your power tenfold, you still won't be able to catch up to me. Saying this, Ji Yunfei couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears began to fall from his eyes. He reached out with a trembling hand and took the red porcelain bottle from Han Qingyun's hand. He sighed. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Only I can have a chance of breaking through the defense of Kikyaromen's leather armor if I take the pill in the red porcelain bottle. Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun's heart was filled with sorrow. Just now, Fan Yang had made it very clear to him that as long as he took the pill in the red porcelain bottle, although it would immediately increase his power tenfold, once the effect of the pill wore off, the person who took the pill would immediately die. No matter what, the person in front of him was Han Qingyun. Now that his master was about to disappear from this world, Han Qingyun's heart was filled with reluctance. Seeing the tears in his master's eyes, Han Qingyun suddenly thought that if this competition was cancelled, his master naturally wouldn't need to take the pill. Wouldn't that be the best? Chapter 418. If he were to cancel the competition with Kikyaromen, Han Qingyun believed that Sun Qiao would definitely agree. However, Han Qingyun knew very well that if he didn't win this competition, then all the mistakes he had made would come to light. All 21 drops of spirit water had been used up. These were the Tiangongmen's most important treasures, and they had all been used up. Even if he had used up 21 drops of spirit water, Han Qingyun felt that it wasn't a big deal to get Kikyaromen's leather armor manufacturing technique. After all, the Chiqiao sect's leather armor manufacturing technique was simply too important. If he could obtain this technique, not to mention 21 drops of spirit water, even 100 drops of spirit water would be worth it in Han Qingyun's eyes. However, all of this depended on winning this competition. If he lost this competition, not only would the Changgongmen not get Kikyaromen's leather armor manufacturing technique, but he, Han Qingyun, would also be punished for using 21 drops of spirit water without permission. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun gritted his teeth and said to himself, "Master, I'm really sorry. For the sake of the Changgongmen, for the sake of my position as deputy sovereign, I'll have to ask you to make a sacrifice." Ji Yunfei took the red porcelain bottle and suddenly laughed out loud. Although he was laughing, he was crying in his heart. The second elder of the Changgongmen was actually eating a pill that would consume his lifespan in order to win this competition. What a joke! Sun Qiao, who was standing a distance away, saw Ji Yunfei holding the red porcelain bottle and crying and laughing at the same time. Although she didn't know what was going on, she could already guess that it had something to do with the red porcelain bottle. Sun Qiao didn't need to guess carefully to know what was in the red porcelain bottle. It was definitely a pill that could increase one's power. Ji Yunfei had already eaten 5 spirit-enhancing pills just now. Although Sun Qiao had never eaten a spirit-enhancing pill before, she had heard that this pill had very serious side effects. Every spirit-enhancing pill would reduce one's lifespan by 2 years. Ji Yunfei had already eaten 5 spirit-enhancing pills, which meant that he had already lost 10 years of his lifespan. Although Sun Qiao didn't recognize the pills in the blue porcelain bottle that Ji Yunfei had just eaten, she could already guess that the side effects must be very serious after seeing the power that Ji Yunfei had exerted after eating the pills in the blue porcelain bottle. Now, he had taken out this red porcelain bottle. Looking at Fan Yang's gloomy face and Ji Yunfei's bitter tears, Sun Qiao felt that the pills in the red porcelain bottle should be even more powerful, perhaps even more powerful than the pills in the blue porcelain bottle. Sun Qiao didn't understand when she saw their pained expressions. Since they were in so much pain, why did they still need to take medicine? Wouldn't it be better if everyone stopped competing? Ji Yunfei had already wasted so many years of his lifespan. If he continued to waste it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Things had already come to this point. Why didn't he give up the competition? Looking at the 3 of them in pain, Sun Qiao had the urge to go up and ask them if they could just stop the competition. However, Sun Qiao also knew that this was impossible. She had already mentioned this matter just now, but Han Qingyun didn't agree. As long as Han Qingyun didn't agree, Sun Qiao couldn't do anything to change the situation. She could only watch them suffer. Ji Yunfei looked up to the sky and laughed for a long time. His laughter was filled with unwillingness and sadness. After laughing, he suddenly opened the red porcelain bottle and poured out a pill from it. Looking at the pill in his palm, Ji Yunfei suddenly gritted his teeth and quickly threw the pill into his mouth. He did it so quickly that it was as if he was afraid that he would regret it. Seeing Ji Yunfei put the pill into his mouth, Han Qingyun was completely relieved. He hurriedly said, "Master." Han Qingyun had just said 2 words when he saw Ji Yunfei quickly spit out the pill again. Putting the pill back into his palm, Ji Yunfei looked at Han Qingyun and asked anxiously, "Do you have any other ideas?" Seeing Ji Yunfei spit out the pill again, Han Qingyun felt a wave of regret. If he had said it a little later, he would have eaten the pill. Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Han Qingyun was helpless. He could only force a smile and said, "Master, I don't have any other ideas. I just want to ask, how will you react after eating this pill?" Hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Ji Yunfei's face was full of disappointment. "You really don't have any other ideas?" Hearing this, Han Qingyun hurriedly shook his head. "Master, I really don't have any other ideas." Saying this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, "Right now, all the hopes of the Changgongmen are on this pill. As long as you take this pill, you can defeat Kikyaromen and win glory for the Changgongmen. You can let the Changgongmen live on for a long time." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei sighed and muttered to himself, "There's still no other way, there's still no other way." Seeing that Ji Yunfei was unwilling to eat the pill again, Han Qingyun was a little anxious. However, he didn't dare to rush Ji Yunfei because he knew very well that if he did, it might have the opposite effect. If Ji Yunfei ran away now, then the Changgongmen's competition would be over. Looking at the pill in Ji Yunfei's hand, Han Qingyun didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only stand there and stare blankly at Ji Yunfei. Fan Yang was also staring at the pill in Ji Yunfei's hand in a daze. When Ji Yunfei put the pill into his mouth just now, it really gave him a fright. Because he knew very well that as long as Ji Yunfei ate this pill, it would be over for him. He didn't expect Ji Yunfei to spit out the pill, which made Fan Yang both surprised and happy. However, this was the Tiangongmen's business. Even if Fan Yang didn't want Ji Yunfei to eat this pill, he couldn't say it out loud. Han Qingyun was the vice leader of the Tiangongmen, and he didn't stop Ji Yunfei from eating the pill. As an outsider, what reason did he have to stop Ji Yunfei from eating the pill? Fan Yang was sure that if he dared to stop Ji Yunfei from eating the pill now, it would definitely make Han Qingyun unhappy. At that time, even though he had good intentions, the two of them would become enemies. Therefore, at this time, staying silent was the best choice. Seeing Ji Yunfei staring at the pill in a daze and refusing to eat it again, Han Qingyun was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but there was nothing he could do. Ji Yunfei once again fell into hesitation. Looking at the pill in his heart, he didn't know what to do. The crystal-clear pill in his palm emitted a beautiful luster, but at this moment, in Ji Yunfei's eyes, this pill was no longer beautiful. Instead, it was unbearably ugly, making him feel a sense of disgust just by looking at it. Ji Yunfei couldn't help but have an impulse to use all his strength to throw this ugly pill far away, so that it would never be seen again in this lifetime. The three of them didn't speak. The competition grounds fell into silence. Chapter 419. After a long while, Ji Yunfei's sigh could be heard from the competition grounds. Then, Han Qingyun saw Ji Yunfei put the pill back into his mouth. This time, Han Qingyun did not dare to speak. He waited until Ji Yunfei's throat moved a few times. It was obvious that he had swallowed the pill. Only then did Han Qingyun speak. "Master, you're a righteous man. The Heavens Craftsman faction will never forget you, and neither will the disciples of the Heavens Craftsman faction." This time, before Han Qingyun could finish, Ji Yunfei waved his hand and interrupted him. "All right, you can go back. The competition is about to begin." Ji Yunfei was not in the mood to talk to Han Qingyun. He had already lost 20 years of his lifespan. Under such circumstances, no one would be in a good mood. After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Qingyun did not dare to speak. He quickly turned around and pulled Fan Yang away. Along the way, Fan Yang could not help but sigh in his heart. As the second elder of the Heavens Craftsman faction, Ji Yunfei was outstanding in both martial arts and equipment crafting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the second elder of the Heavens Craftsman faction. Now, in order to win this competition, Ji Yunfei had eaten the pill in the red porcelain bottle. This meant that Ji Yunfei was about to die. Thinking that Ji Yunfei was about to die, Fan Yang's heart skipped a beat. There was no despair in Ji Yunfei's eyes. There was no despair of knowing that he would die after the effects of the pill wore off. He suddenly turned his head to look at Han Qingyun and asked softly, "Master Han, have you explained the side effects of this pill to your master?" Hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Eating the pill in the red porcelain bottle can reduce one's lifespan by 6 years. After hearing Han Qingyun's answer, Fan Yang was also stunned. After a while, he pointed at Han Qingyun and asked in a low voice, "I have said it very clearly just now. As long as you eat the pill in the blue porcelain bottle, you will immediately lose all your martial arts. And if you eat the pill in the red porcelain bottle, once the effects of the pill wear off, you will immediately die." After hearing Fan Yang's answer, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart, but his face was full of surprise. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Looking at Han Qingyun's shocked expression, Fan Yang did not know if it was real or not. He turned his head to look at Ji Yunfei and sighed in his heart. From Han Qingyun's answer, he already knew that Han Qingyun wasn't telling the truth. At least, she wasn't telling the truth to Ji Yunfei. Fan Yang was sure that he had already told Han Qingyun about the side effects of the pill because it was his responsibility. When others wanted to eat the pills he refined, he would clearly explain the effects and side effects of the pill. Looking at the sorrowful Ji Yunfei, Fan Yang didn't know what to say. He thought that Ji Yunfei already knew the result, but he didn't expect that Ji Yunfei didn't know. Thinking of this, Fan Yang's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He felt his heart gradually sink, as if it had sunk into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, and there was a chill in his heart. The problem that Fan Yang was most worried about now was, what if Ji Yunfei found out about the consequences of eating the pill? What should he do then? Ji Yunfei's martial arts skills were already frighteningly high. If his skills increased tenfold, he would think that Fan Yang had deceived him. With his martial arts skills, would Fan Yang still have a way out? Thinking of this, Fan Yang couldn't help but shiver. After hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun had been observing Fan Yang's expression. Seeing that Fan Yang was scared out of his wits, he quickly stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. In a low voice, he said, "Brother Fan, you don't have to be afraid. I only told my master that after eating this pill, your lifespan will be reduced by 6 years. There won't be a problem." Speaking of this, Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, after the effects of the pill disappear, my master's martial arts will also disappear. Even if he finds out that something is wrong, he can't do anything to you. So, you don't have to worry." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang suddenly turned his head to look at Han Qingyun and sighed. "Master Han, it's easy for you to say. Things aren't as simple as you think." After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He asked doubtfully, "What's so difficult about this? As long as the effects of the pill disappear, won't everything disappear?" Fan Yang shook his head. "You don't know. This pill is incomparably overbearing. The moment before it disappears, it will begin to damage your body's functions. At that time, with Senior GE's experience, he will definitely understand what this means." Speaking of this, Fan Yang paused for a moment. He looked at Han Qingyun and sighed again before continuing. "Do you understand what I'm saying? If Senior GE finds out that his body's functions are being damaged, what do you think he will do?" After hearing Fan Yang's explanation, Han Qingyun immediately widened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "After his body is damaged, will he still have martial arts skills?" Fan Yang sighed. "This is exactly what I'm worried about. Even if his body's functions are damaged, Senior GE will still be able to use at least 70% of his strength. What if he has resentment in his heart and knows that we're lying to him? Then, in order to take revenge on us, he will use 70% of his strength to deal with us. What should we do then?" Speaking of this, Fan Yang paused for a moment before continuing. "Master Han, if your master eats the pill in this red porcelain bottle, in addition to the medicine that he has taken before, he will be able to increase his martial arts skills by 20 times. Can you imagine how terrifying 70% of a 20 times increase in martial arts skills would be? It's not an exaggeration to say that if Senior GE really wants to take revenge on us, I'm afraid that everything here will be razed to the ground, including you and me." After hearing Fan Yang's explanation, Han Qingyun's face turned pale. He really didn't know that this matter would turn out like this. Han Qingyun originally thought that Ji Yunfei wouldn't discover the problem before the effects of the pill disappeared. That was why he was at ease in lying to Ji Yunfei. It was because Han Qingyun also knew that as long as he ate the red pill, there would be no chance for him to live. Ji Yunfei's martial arts skills were much higher than Han Qingyun's, but if he lost his life, what use would it be even if his martial arts skills were higher? It was also because of this reason that Han Qingyun was not worried about the consequences of this matter. However, if what Fan Yang said was true, and Ji Yunfei realized that something was wrong at the last moment and knew that he had been tricked, Han Qingyun was sure that Ji Yunfei would not let him go. When he thought of Ji Yunfei's 20 times increase in power, that kind of unparalleled power, Han Qingyun's heart could not help but tremble. At this moment, he was truly afraid that Ji Yunfei would make a move on him. Chapter 420. Han Qingyun was a little scared. If Ji Yunfei knew the truth, he would definitely not let him off. Just now, in order to make Ji Yunfei take the pill in the red porcelain bottle, Han Qingyun had lied to him. He had pretended that the pill would only reduce his lifespan by 6 years, but it was actually a fatal pill. If Ji Yunfei, whose strength had increased by 20 times, knew about this, it would be strange if he would forgive Han Qingyun. Looking at the pale Han Qingyun, Fan Yang sighed in his heart. He wanted to comfort him, but there was nothing he could say. He could only go up and pat him on the shoulder, then turned and walked towards the judges. Fan Yang was also very scared about this matter. He was the one who gave the pill to Han Qingyun. Ji Yunfei also knew that the pill was refined by the Medicine King Hall. If Ji Yunfei found out that something was wrong, as the person who made the pill, he would definitely become the target of Ji Yunfei's hatred. At that time, Ji Yunfei, whose strength had increased by 20 times, would only need to give him and Han Qingyun a palm strike each to turn them into ashes. Fan Yang had just returned to the judge's side when Nai Tianhao asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale?" Hearing Nai Tianhao's question, Fan Yang sighed and shook his head. "I'm fine." Sun Qiao did not notice Fan Yang's return. Her gaze was still fixed on Ji Yunfei. Ji Yunfei had already taken the pill. What changes would there be? Sun Qiao was eager to know what would happen to Ji Yunfei. Not long after Ji Yunfei had taken the pill, Sun Qiao's eyes were filled with shock. Ji Yunfei's height and appearance did not change much, but his aura was gradually increasing. As this aura gradually increased, the dust and sand on the ground also began to stir slowly. Ji Yunfei slowly raised his hand. In an instant, the dust and sand on the competition ground suddenly began to swirl. Soon, all the dust and sand condensed into a ball and fell into Ji Yunfei's hand. Looking at the ball of dust and sand in his palm, Ji Yunfei was amazed by the strength of this power. Suddenly, he roared and threw the ball of dust high into the air. The ball of dust made a sharp sound and quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ji Yunfei nodded his head in satisfaction as he felt the boundless genuine energy in his body. He looked at Kikyaromen's leather armor with contempt in his eyes. With such powerful strength, Ji Yunfei swore that if he wanted to destroy this martial arts arena, it would be a piece of cake. Seeing Ji Yunfei's hair fluttering without any wind, Sun Qiao felt a chill in her heart. Even her body began to tremble slightly. Sun Qiao was not the only one who had such a feeling. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple, Nai Tianhao, was greatly shocked. His hands, which were usually as steady as rocks, were actually trembling uncontrollably at this moment. This force was too strong. They were about 20 meters away from Ji Yunfei's position. At such a distance, Ji Yunfei didn't even look at them. Everyone could already feel this invincible force moving back and forth around them. Following Ji Yunfei's cold snort, everyone felt the air around them freeze. It was already very difficult for them to raise their hands now. Fan Yang was suppressed by this aura to the point that he felt uncomfortable in his heart. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Feeling Ji Yunfei's powerful strength, he became even more afraid. He was afraid of what would happen if Ji Yunfei found out the truth. At this moment, he really hated Han Qingyun. Why didn't he tell Ji Yunfei the truth? If Ji Yunfei knew the consequences of eating the pill in the red porcelain bottle, he would have done it willingly. Naturally, he wouldn't have any complaints. However, after being deceived, no one would feel happy in their heart. Moreover, Ji Yunfei, whose strength had increased by 20 times, would definitely be furious. The people in the audience were already experienced with Ji Yunfei's change and had long since run away without a trace. Now, only a few people on the judging platform were standing nearby. Han Qingyun looked at Ji Yunfei's growing strength, and for the first time, a feeling of regret appeared in his heart. Although Ji Yunfei hadn't made a move on him yet, Ji Yunfei had unintentionally released this aura. It had already made him unable to summon any will to resist. In this state, there was no need for Ji Yunfei to attack him. As long as Ji Yunfei strengthened his will, he, Han Qingyun, would disappear. What should I do? Feeling Ji Yunfei's invincible strength, Han Qingyun couldn't help but ponder. In the end, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Han Yuchao in the arena. He thought to himself, "Chao, I'm really sorry. I hope you can hold on later." Thinking of this, Han Qingyun suddenly leaped and ran away. Seeing Han Qingyun run off into the distance, Fan Yang hesitated for a moment before immediately running off in another direction. No matter what, Fan Yang definitely wouldn't stay with Han Qingyun. He felt that being by Han Qingyun's side was the most dangerous place. Seeing Han Qingyun and Fan Yang run away, Nai Tianhao and Yun Jianbai looked at each other and didn't hesitate. With a few leaps, They also ran away. After the few people left, only Zhong Meng, Sun Qiao, Ji Yunfei, Han Yuchao, and Leng Yelio were left in the arena. Seeing Ji Yunfei's aura skyrocketing, Zhong Meng hurriedly waved his hand at Leng Yelio in the distance, indicating for her to come over. Seeing this, Sun Qiao couldn't help but lean to Zhong Meng's side. Looking at Ji Yunfei, whose clothes were already fluttering due to his qi, Sun Qiao couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "This, Prince Zhong, this." In this state, Sun Qiao didn't know what to ask. She wanted to ask if the leather armor could withstand such a powerful attack from Ji Yunfei, but on second thought, it was meaningless. Ji Yunfei was just standing there, and his aura was already so shocking. If he were to attack, it would definitely be earth-shattering. At this point, asking if the leather armor could withstand such a powerful attack was already a joke. Actually, Sun Qiao also wanted to ask, when Ji Yunfei attacked, were they still going to hide here and not move? Ji Yunfei's strength was so strong that no matter what it was, under the influence of his powerful qi, no matter what it was, it would become indestructible. Its power was definitely not inferior to a divine weapon. In this state, could everyone still withstand such an attack? Looking at Leng Yelio, who was running over, Sun Qiao hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Liu, run away quickly, don't stop." Hearing Sun Qiao's shout, Leng Yelio couldn't help but be stunned. She then ran in front of Zhong Meng and said while panting, "This old man is so strong, aren't you guys running?" Sun Qiao smiled bitterly and shook her head, "I want to see how strong his attack is." Hearing this, Leng Yelio said, "All right, I'll stay and watch." Chapter 421. Han Yuchao took down his level 24 saber and braved the strong wind as he made his way to Ji Yunfei with great difficulty. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the strong wind rushed into his mouth and blew back the words he wanted to say. Han Yuchao closed his mouth tightly and handed the sword over with both hands. Ji Yunfei didn't even look and immediately reached out. He grabbed the air and the sword in Han Yuchao's hand immediately flew out and landed in Ji Yunfei's hands. Looking at Han Yuchao standing to the side, Ji Yunfei suddenly said in a deep voice, "Stand behind me so you don't get hurt." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Han Yuchao didn't dare to delay and obediently hid behind Ji Yunfei. Ji Yunfei grabbed the saber and casually raised his head to look around. His gaze suddenly froze. He saw Zhong Meng, Sun Qiao, and Leng Yelio still standing not far away and hadn't left. Ji Yunfei looked at the three of them with some surprise, not understanding why they hadn't run away. Feeling the boundless true qi in his body, Ji Yunfei suddenly said loudly to Sun Qiao and the others, "You guys better stay away. Otherwise, it won't be good if you get hurt." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Sun Qiao hesitantly looked at Zhong Meng and said loudly, "Senior, thank you for your concern. We're fine." Seeing that Sun Qiao wasn't willing to leave, Ji Yunfei was a little unhappy. The reason why he let Sun Qiao leave was because he was afraid that Sun Qiao would be affected by his powerful attack. If she died because of it, even if they won the competition, it would be meaningless. Since the start of the competition, the Heaven's Craftsman faction had paid such a high price. Their objective was naturally to obtain the technique to make leather armor. If Sun Qiao died because of this, who would they ask for the technique to make leather armor? Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei coldly snorted, "Sect leader Sun, you better stay away. When I attack later, I'm afraid the power will be beyond your imagination. If you get affected, I'm afraid it won't be good." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, without waiting for Sun Qiao to answer, Zhong Meng said first, "Don't worry, they will be fine. Hurry up and test it. If you wait until the medicinal effect is over, you won't be able to exert such great power." When Ji Yunfei heard Zhong Meng speak so casually, he felt displeased in his heart. With a thought, a huge pressure immediately spread out from his body. Ji Yunfei's might was so strong that even his pressure seemed to have materialized and spread out in the air, encircling Sun Qiao and the other two. Ji Yunfei's strength had increased by 20 times. His strength had reached a terrifying level. With a raise of his hand, it was as if he could split a mountain. Looking at the three people in front of him, Ji Yunfei sneered in his heart. He only wanted to use this pressure to scare the three of them away, so that after this competition, he could ask Sun Qiao for the technique to make leather armor. However, in just a short while, Ji Yunfei's expression changed. Although he had already released his pressure, the three people in front of him did not react at all. Ji Yunfei was angry. He suddenly growled and an even more powerful pressure burst out from his body. In an instant, it surrounded the three people in front of him. Hearing Ji Yunfei's growl, Sun Qiao felt that the space in front of her had some slight fluctuations. She was even more shocked and could not help but cry out. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard Han Yuchao's scream behind Ji Yunfei. Hearing this voice, Ji Yunfei quickly retracted his aura and turned his head to look. He saw Han Yuchao holding his head and rolling on the ground frantically. At the same time, he kept screaming. Just now, Ji Yunfei's aura was too strong. Although he deliberately protected Han Yuchao behind him, after suddenly receiving such a powerful force, he was still a little immature in using it. For a moment, he was careless and a trace of pressure passed through the gap to Han Yuchao. Han Yuchao could not withstand it. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunfei was furious. He did not expect that his target would be fine, but sometimes it would be his own people. Ji Yunfei snorted coldly and walked towards Sun Qiao. Feeling Ji Yunfei's heavy footsteps, Sun Qiao was shocked. She could not help but take a step back and hide behind Zhong Meng. She pointed at Ji Yunfei and asked in a trembling voice, "You, what do you want to do?" Hearing Sun Qiao's frightened voice, Ji Yunfei suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing, he said loudly, "What do I want to do? Ha ha! I'll tell you the truth. I want to get Kikyaromen's leather armor manufacturing technology. If you tell me obediently now, I'll let bygones be bygones. If you don't tell me, humph." Hearing Ji Yunfei's cold words and feeling the ground tremble because of Ji Yunfei's footsteps, Sun Qiao felt her heartbeat quicken. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. "Enough. Don't you want to compete?" Just as Sun Qiao was terrified, Zhong Meng said indifferently, "Old man, if you don't want to compete, then get out of here and announce that the Tiangongmen admit defeat. Don't shout here." Ah. Hearing Zhong Meng's indifferent words, Ji Yunfei was furious. He suddenly swung his saber towards Zhong Meng. Looking at the crimson saber light on the tip of the saber and the surging true qi around her, Sun Qiao was so frightened that she screamed. She could no longer summon any thoughts of resistance in her heart. Subconsciously, she closed her eyes and waited for the moment to come. Seeing the saber almost in front of Zhong Meng, Ji Yunfei suddenly felt a pain on his face. His whole body flew backwards in the air. Ji Yunfei flew 7 or 8 meters in the air before crashing to the ground. As soon as he landed on the ground, Ji Yunfei jumped up and roared. He once again swung his saber towards Zhong Meng, who knew that as soon as he rushed in front of Zhong Meng, he was slapped back by Zhong Meng. Ji Yunfei was so angry that he suddenly got up. He wanted to rush again, but he suddenly felt a strong force coming from his body. He could no longer stand steadily and fell back. When Ji Yunfei came to his senses, he wanted to get up again, but he couldn't. Only then did he realize that the young man was stepping on him and making him unable to move. At this moment, Ji Yunfei's heart was shocked. He, who had increased his power by 20 times, could be easily stepped on and unable to move. However, Ji Yunfei would never admit defeat so easily. He suddenly roared and supported himself on the ground with both hands. He wanted to stand up with all his might. But unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. Even if he used all his strength, his body couldn't move at all. After struggling for a long time, Ji Yunfei couldn't move. He then looked up at the young man in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "You, who are you? Why are you helping Kikyaromen?" Chapter 422. Zhong Meng lowered his head and looked at Ji Yunfei at his feet. He wanted to give him 2 more slaps, but when he saw his old appearance, he suddenly could not bear to do so. He had heard the conversation between Han Qingyun and Fan Yang clearly. He knew that the old man at his feet would immediately die after the effects of the medicine wore off. Moreover, Zhong Meng was also very clear that Han Qingyun had lied to Ji Yunfei. He lied to Ji Yunfei that this medicine would only reduce his life by 6 years, but did not tell him the truth. Thinking that Ji Yunfei was still ignorant of this matter, Zhong Meng suddenly sighed. He lifted his foot and said in a low voice, "Old man, you're going to die now. I think it's better if you don't participate in the competition. Quickly go back and make arrangements for your funeral. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, do it quickly so that you don't have any regrets." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei sneered, "Kid, if you want to kill me, then do as you wish. Don't talk nonsense." Zhong Meng heard this and sighed, "I don't want to hurt you, but your disciple won't let you go. He clearly knew the consequences of that medicine, but he still made you take it. It's him who wants to kill you. Don't get the wrong person." "What?" Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei suddenly exclaimed. He then said in a cold voice, "Don't talk nonsense. I understand that you're trying to sow discord here. Han Qingyun is my disciple. Why would he harm me?" Zhong Meng heard this and lightly said, "The pill in the blue porcelain bottle can increase one's power by 5 times, but the side effect is that it will cause one to lose their martial arts." "What?" Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei could not help but exclaim again. He asked in a trembling voice, "You're talking nonsense. The pill in the blue porcelain bottle will only reduce one's life by 4 years. How can it cause one to lose their martial arts?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng shook his head. This medicine was given to Han Qingyun by Fan Yang of the Medicine King Pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can ask Fan Yang. He will definitely tell you the truth. Hearing this, Ji Yunfei suddenly jumped up and stared at Zhong Meng. After a long while, he suddenly said loudly, "Okay, I'll go and ask now. If what you said is false, I'll definitely come back and settle accounts with you." As he spoke, Ji Yunfei turned around to leave but was stopped by Zhong Meng. "Old man, why are you so hot-tempered? I only mentioned the side effects of the pills in the blue porcelain bottle. Don't you want to know the side effects of the pills in the red porcelain bottle?" "The pills in the red porcelain bottle?" When Ji Yunfei heard this, he was stunned for a moment. "What side effects do you think the pill in the red porcelain bottle has?" After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng sighed. Although the side effects of the pills in the blue porcelain bottle are very strong and can make people lose their martial arts, compared to the pills in the red porcelain bottle, it's a far cry. As long as you eat the pills in the red porcelain bottle, when the effects of the pills wear off, you'll immediately lose your life. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei only felt cold sweat on his forehead. He hurriedly circulated the qi in his body, wanting to test if the young man in front of him was telling the truth. As soon as Ji Yunfei circulated his true qi, his complexion suddenly changed. This majestic qi was indeed very strong, but wherever it passed, it was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and began to destroy the meridians in his body. As this qi circulated, Ji Yunfei's face also became more and more terrible. After a long time, he suddenly roared, "Han Qingyun, you little bastard. I taught you so carefully for so many years in vain, but you actually repay me like this. I hate it. I hate that I was blind and actually listened to you little bastard's words. Wah wah wah." Ji Yunfei's words were at the end. He was so angry that he was shouting, and at the same time, tears flowed from his eyes. At this time, Han Yuchao also stabilized his emotions and stood up. Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, his face was already pale with fright. Without even thinking, he turned around and ran away. Hearing Han Yuchao's footsteps, Ji Yunfei's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of hatred. He didn't even turn his head, but turned around and struck out with his palm. Han Yuchao, who had already run more than 20 meters away, suddenly let out a scream and fell to the ground, no longer moving. Ji Yunfei looked at Zhong Meng and suddenly clasped his fist. "Thank you for the reminder." Saying this, Ji Yunfei suddenly sighed. "It's a pity that I'm like this now, and have no way to repay you. I can only wait for the next life." Hearing this, Zhong Meng nodded. "You're welcome. I just felt that you're too pitiful, that's why I reminded you." Ji Yunfei turned his head and looked into the distance. After identifying the direction, he sighed and said, "I don't have much time left. I have to clean up the Tiangongmen and get rid of this scum. Goodbye." Seeing that Ji Yunfei was about to leave, Zhong Meng hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. He said with a smile, "This is not urgent. After you've cleaned up the Tiangongmen, I hope you can come to me. Maybe I'll have a chance to save you. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei's tear-filled eyes suddenly brightened. He asked in a trembling voice, You have a way to save me. Hearing this, Zhong Meng nodded. There should be a way to save you. However, I won't save you for free. I have a condition. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei suddenly became spirited. He looked deeply at Zhong Meng and suddenly jumped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away. Seeing that Ji Yunfei had left, Leng Yelio walked quickly to Zhong Meng's side and exclaimed, Zhong Daji, you can even subdue this old man. That's amazing. Sun Qiaoer, who was standing at the side, looked at Zhong Meng with a complicated expression. Ji Yunfei's martial arts were already quite strong. After taking so many pills to increase his power had increased by 20 times. But even so, Prince Zhong had easily subdued Ji Yunfei. This was simply unimaginable. How strong was this Prince Zhong? In a few leaps, Ji Yunfei had already flown far away. When he was in the air, he could already see Han Qingyun's position. Looking at Han Qingyun, who was desperately running away, Ji Yunfei's heart was filled with hatred. Han Qingyun was an orphan who was raised by Ji Yunfei. He had also taught him martial arts and the technique of making armor. Ji Yunfei had only accepted one disciple, Han Qingyun. He was also very satisfied with this disciple. This showed how good he was to Han Qingyun. The reason why Ji Yunfei had taken the spirit-strengthening pill was all because the person who had let him take it was Han Qingyun. If it had been someone else who had let Ji Yunfei take this life-wasting pill, he would have been beaten to a pulp. Even if it had been the Qianggongmen's clan leader Zhu Jinshe who had let him take the pill, Yunfei would not have agreed. That's right, Han Qingyun, he had taken the life-wasting pill. But he had never thought that his kindness would be exchanged for such a result. The pill in the blue porcelain bottle could make people lose their martial arts. The pill in the red porcelain bottle could make people die. Chapter 423. Ji Yunfei looked at Han Qingyun's back and was about to chase after him when he suddenly had a thought. He turned his head to look at both sides and suddenly chased in another direction. Fan Yang stood in the distance and watched. When he saw a figure flash past him like lightning, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Ji Yunfei had caught up. Fan Yang was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and ran. However, before he could run far, he suddenly realized that Ji Yunfei had already appeared in front of him. Fan Yang was scared out of his wits. He could not say a word and could only stand there in a daze, not daring to move. Ji Yunfei looked at Fan Yang and suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, Fan Yang, let me ask you. What are the side effects of the medicine in the blue and red porcelain bottles? Hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Fan Yang was so scared that his heart turned cold. He quickly explained, Senior, this has nothing to do with me. I have already told sect leader Han about the side effects of these two medicines. He lied to you. Please don't make trouble for me. Hearing Fan Yang's answer, Ji Yunfei's heart turned cold. A wave of sadness surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and asked again. Fan Yang, what are the side effects of the medicine in the blue and red porcelain bottles? I want to hear it from you. Fan Yang heard this and did not dare to delay. He quickly said, Senior, the medicine in the blue porcelain bottle, after the medicine's effect is over, it will cripple the person's martial arts. The medicine in the red porcelain bottle, after the medicine's effect is over, the person who consumes it. Fan Yang did not dare to continue. Ji Yunfei's eyes were cold and he said coldly, Go on, after the medicine's effect is over, what will happen? Fan Yang saw that Ji Yunfei kept asking. He had no choice but to say softly, After the medicine's effect is over, the person who consumes it will immediately die. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Ji Yunfei did not speak for a long time. After a while, he suddenly sighed. Then his body suddenly fell and disappeared in front of Fan Yang. Seeing that Ji Yunfei had already left, Fan Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He only felt that his entire body was already soaked in cold sweat. A light breeze blew past, and a chill surged into his heart, causing him to involuntarily shiver. After finding out the truth, the fury in Ji Yunfei's heart was about to burst out of his body. He looked at Han Qingyun in the distance and suddenly roared. Han Qingyun, you disgraceful traitor. I'm going to kill you today to clean up the sect. Han Qingyun, who was running for his life, was scared out of his wits when he heard Ji Yunfei's roar. He used all his strength to run forward. However, how could his martial arts be compared to Ji Yunfei's? He only felt that as soon as Ji Yunfei's voice fell, there was a whooshing sound beside him. Then, Ji Yunfei appeared in front of him. Looking at Ji Yunfei in front of him, Han Qingyun's legs turned to jelly. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Master, your disciple is doing this for the Tiangongmen. If we lose this competition, the Tiangongmen will be finished. Master, everything that I've done is for the Tiangongmen." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Ji Yunfei laughed coldly. "Traitor, for the glory of the Tiangongmen, you can deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? You traitor, today I'm going to clean up the sect." Seeing that Ji Yunfei was going to make a move, Han Qingyun begged bitterly, "Master, please spare your disciple. Your disciple is doing this for the Tiangongmen's prosperity. Please spare my life, master." Ji Yunfei laughed coldly, "You want me to spare your life? Who can spare mine?" Towards the end, Ji Yunfei's voice was filled with sorrow. Losing a few years of lifespan was not a big deal. At least he could still live for many more years. However, after taking the medicine in the red porcelain bottle, once the effects of the medicine wore off, he would immediately die. At this moment, the anger in Ji Yunfei's heart could no longer be contained. He suddenly raised his hand and roared loudly, "Han Qingyun, you traitor, go to hell." As Ji Yunfei's voice fell, a majestic vital energy burst out from his palm. The Zhun Qi was so strong that it seemed to have condensed into a solid substance. A greenish-gray light flashed. Han Qingyun knew that things were not going well. He only had time to scream before he was smashed into pieces by the powerful Zhun Qi. The Zhun Qi surged and scattered in all directions. After killing Han Qingyun with one palm, Ji Yunfei did not feel happy in his heart. Instead, the sorrow in his heart grew stronger. The disciple that he had painstakingly taught was killed by him. This kind of sorrow, no one could understand. Looking at the place where Han Qingyun disappeared, Ji Yunfei suddenly raised his head and roared loudly. "Ah!" Hearing Ji Yunfei's roar from afar, Leng Yelio could not help but turn his head to look at Zhong Meng and asked, "Zhong Dage, why is this old man shouting?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng sighed. This old man knew that he was poisoned by his disciple. Naturally, he would not be happy. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao could not help but frown. She turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and asked softly, "Prince Zhong, is what you just said true?" Zhong Meng was stunned. "What?" Sun Qiao said, "The pills in the blue porcelain bottle and the red porcelain bottle. Is what you said true?" Zhong Meng nodded. "I did not lie to him. It was Han Qingyun who lied to him." Hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Qiao's face suddenly changed. She asked in a trembling voice, "The pills in the blue porcelain bottle can make a person lose their martial arts. The pills in the red porcelain bottle can make a person lose their life immediately. Is this true?" After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Leng Yelio was also shocked. He quickly asked, "Is it true? Isn't Han Qingyun this old man's disciple? Why would he let him take such a vicious medicine?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng shook his head. "Who knows? Maybe that Han Qingyun is too evil." Sun Qiao turned her head to look at the place where Ji Yunfei disappeared. She sighed and said, "I really did not expect Han Qingyun to be such a person. Ji Yunfei is his master and he can still deceive him. It is really disgraceful." Speaking up to this point, Sun Qiao suddenly turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, who taught you martial arts?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng smiled, "Of course it's my family's martial arts." Looking at Zhong Meng's understatement, Sun Qiao was even more shocked. Ji Yunfei's martial arts had already reached such a high level, but he was still not a match for Prince Zhong. While Sun Qiao was puzzled, she also felt a sense of relief. Prince Zhong's martial arts were so high. If everyone really moved to his place, their safety would be guaranteed. Just as Sun Qiao's thoughts were running wild, she suddenly felt a gust of wind beside her. The next moment, Ji Yunfei was in front of her. "Prince Zhong, I am here. What do you want to say? Hearing this, Zhongmeng smiled and said, I can save you. Chapter 424. After hearing Ji Yunfei's question, Zhongmeng said calmly, I can save you as long as you agree to my conditions. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Ji Yunfei was not ecstatic. Instead, he said bitterly, Prince Zhong, you don't have to lie to me. After taking this medicine, no one can save me. Zhongmeng shook his head. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can definitely save you. Ji Yunfei sighed. What conditions? Zhongmeng said with a smile, come with me. As long as you come with me and make equipment for me, I can save you. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Ji Yunfei's pupils suddenly shrank. After a while, he shouted, Who are you? What is your purpose? Zhongmeng heard this and waved his hand. It doesn't matter who I am. I have an auction house and I want to find some people to make top-notch equipment for me. So, I want you to go to my place and make equipment for me. Of course, I won't force you to go. If you don't want to, you don't have to go. At this point, Zhongmeng paused before continuing, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid you have already killed Han Qingyun. Although Han Qingyun is ruthless to you, he is still the deputy leader of the Tiangongmen. Even if I heal your injuries, I feel that it is not safe for you to stay in the Tiangongmen. You might as well come with me to my place and start a new life. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, before Ji Yunfei could speak, Sun Qiao spoke first. Senior, it's actually nothing. After this competition, our Kikyaro men will also move to Prince Zhong's place. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Ji Yunfei looked at Zhongmeng in confusion. Don't you have any other motives? Zhongmeng shook his head. No, I just want to find some people to make equipment for me. I don't have any other intentions. Ji Yunfei took a deep breath and asked again, could it be that you can really heal my injuries? Zhongmeng nodded. Actually, you're not injured. It's just that your veins are too damaged. You just need some treatment and you'll be back to normal. Hearing Zhongmeng's understatement, Ji Yunfei was stunned. In the eyes of martial artists, damage to one's meridians was the most serious injury. Ji Yunfei remembered very clearly that when she had just started practicing martial arts, her master had once told her that even if her cultivation was a little slow, it was fine, but she must not hurt her meridians. Once her meridians were hurt, she would never be able to recover. This prohibition was passed down from generation to generation because there were countless examples in front of her. Many martial arts geniuses, because of excessive cultivation, damaged their meridians. From then on, not only were their martial arts crippled, even if they wanted to practice martial arts, it would be impossible. After a long time, Ji Yunfei recovered from the shock. He turned his head to look at Zhongmeng and asked in a trembling voice, Prince Zhong, you're not teasing this old man, are you? Could it be that you can repair my meridians? Zhongmeng heard this and nodded without hesitation. No problem, I can definitely repair your meridians. Seeing Zhongmeng's confident look, Ji Yunfei's somewhat despairing heart suddenly surged with a ray of hope. Young Master Zhong, is it true? Can you really repair my meridians? Last time, because Carter's meridians were damaged, his cultivation stagnated. With the experience of repairing Carter, he naturally had absolute confidence in repairing Ji Yunfei's damaged meridians. Don't worry, I will definitely heal you. Speaking until here, Zhongmeng hesitated for a moment before continuing, but you have to agree to my conditions, only then will I heal you. I promise you, I will make equipment for you. Hearing Zhongmeng's question, Ji Yunfei did not hesitate to agree. At this moment, Ji Yunfei's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. After eating that hateful pill, he was originally prepared to die, but he did not expect that the situation would turn around and there would be a chance of survival. Ji Yunfei must seize this opportunity, otherwise, there would be no future. Hearing this, Zhongmeng nodded and then patted Ji Yunfei's shoulder to feel the extent of damage to his meridians, then said softly, the side effects of the pill in this red porcelain bottle are really too strong. The meridians in your body are most likely already damaged. If you don't hurry and treat them, after a while, I'm afraid that even I won't be able to save you. While speaking, Zhongmeng had already begun to treat Ji Yunfei. Under Zhongmeng's powerful healing power, It only took a moment for all of Ji Yunfei's damaged meridians to be healed. Zhong Meng withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Okay, you are back to normal." Actually, even without Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei could already feel the changes in his meridians. Originally, the majestic true energy was flowing through his meridians, and every time it traveled a certain distance, it would destroy a section of his meridians. But now, it was different. The true energy was still very strong, but it was flowing through his meridians, and could no longer destroy them. Feeling the true energy in his body surging like a tsunami, Ji Yunfei was so excited that his face turned red. "Prince Zhong, it's really healed, it's really healed." Towards the end, Ji Yunfei's voice was choked with sobs. Escaping from death, this was really escaping from death. Originally, he was going to die, but he did not expect that he would be cured. The most important thing was that after eating so many pills that increased his power, the power did not seem to have disappeared and was still flowing through his meridians. Ji Yunfei looked at Zhong Meng excitedly and asked in a trembling voice, "Prince Zhong, will my true energy disappear?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng nodded. "Although your genuine qi is very powerful now, you have relied on medicine to increase your genuine qi. As time passes, you will definitely lose a part of it. In the end, you will be lucky to have 80% of your genuine qi left." 80%? Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei's eyes suddenly widened and he asked in surprise, "Prince Zhong, are you saying that I will have 80% of my strength left?" Zhong Meng nodded and sighed, "There should be at least 80% left. The 20% of your true energy will definitely be released." Ah! After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei immediately roared towards the sky in excitement. If he still had 80% of his strength left, he would probably be the best martial artist in the South County. Ji Yunfei was sure that even Jiang Nantian, the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, would definitely be no match for him. Thinking that he would be the best martial artist in the South County in the future, Ji Yunfei was so excited that he could not control himself. He desperately roared to the sky to vent his joy. Looking at Ji Yunfei, who was shouting wildly, Sun Qiao did not know what to say. Ji Yunfei's martial arts were already quite high. With the help of those pills, his power had increased by 20 times. Even if he removed 80% of his power like Zhong Meng said, he would still have 16 times of power left. Chapter 425. Leng Yeliu quickly hid behind Zhong Meng and asked doubtfully, "Zhong Dage, did you treat this old man until he became stupid? Why is he smiling so foolishly?" Ji Yunfei raised his head and laughed for a while. The joy in his heart gradually calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Zhong Meng and suddenly cupped his fists. "Prince Zhong, thank you for saving my life. From now on, this old man's life is yours, Prince Zhong." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Zhong Meng nodded in satisfaction. Kikyaromen had agreed to return to Mount Shuangnu with him. He no longer had to worry about making leather armor. Now that Ji Yunfei had joined him, he no longer had to worry about making metal-type armor. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng felt very carefree. He stepped forward and patted Ji Yunfei's shoulder. "It's not as serious as you make it out to be. You just need to make a few pieces of equipment and it'll be fine." After saying this, Zhong Meng turned his head and looked into the distance. Not far away, there were 3 people, Nai Tianhao, Fan Yang, and Yun Jianbai. These 3 people were all talents. If he could get the 3 of them to return with him, it would be a huge gain. Nai Tianhao was a disciple of the Sky Sword sect. Although his swordsmanship wasn't superb, he could still be considered a famous expert. Such a person would definitely be of great use. There was no need to mention Fan Yang. He was an outstanding disciple of the Medicine King Pavilion. If he could get him back, Zhong Meng wouldn't have to worry about making medicine. There was also Yun Jianbai, an outstanding disciple of the sword-forging sect. If he joined Mount Shuanglu, he wouldn't have to worry about making weapons. However, although he knew that the 3 of them were all talents, Zhong Meng wouldn't force them to go to Mount Shuangnu. Zhong Meng felt that they were lucky to be able to join Mount Shuanglu. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they could only blame their bad luck. What Tiangongmen? What Medicine King Hall? In Zhong Meng's eyes, they were nothing. It was naturally a good thing to be able to pull their disciples over. If not, it would not be Zhong Meng's bad luck, but their bad luck. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Ji Yunfei and said with a smile, "Do you think they will agree if I ask them to join us?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Ji Yunfei was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "No, no one would easily betray their own sect. If they did that, they would be looked down upon by the people of Jianghu. In the future, there would be no place for them." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Zhong Meng smiled. "Then what about you? Aren't you afraid of being looked down upon by the people of Jianghu?" Ji Yunfei sighed. "This old man has already died once. I've long been enlightened. What does it matter if the people of Jianghu think of me? Repaying Prince Zhong's kindness is the most important thing." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Zhong Meng went forward and patted him on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. This is definitely the right choice." Ji Yunfei shook his head sadly. "Prince Zhong, that's not important. To be honest, with the matter of Han Qingyun, my heart has long been like dead ashes. My greatest wish in life is to repay Prince Zhong's kindness. Apart from that, I have no other thoughts." Zhong Meng turned his head and looked into the distance. He said in a deep voice, "Is there any good way to bring the three of them here?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Ji Yunfei frowned and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said in a low voice, "Prince Zhong, how about I capture the three of them and bring them back?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "No, if they are not willing, I don't need to force them." Ji Yunfei sighed. "If that's the case, then there is no good way." Zhong Meng thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "How about this? You bring the three of them here. I'll ask them. If they agree, I'll take them with me. If they don't agree, we won't force them." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei nodded and leaped into the air. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the distance. Looking at Ji Yunfei's back, Sun Qiao asked in a low voice, "Prince Zhong, do you really want to take them with you?" Zhong Meng nodded. "I'm lacking in everything. If I have one more person to help me, it will be a lot easier." Hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Qiao frowned and said, "If they come later and you ask them to go with you, I'm guessing that they won't go with you. If young Master Zhong has something good that can attract them, then we might have a chance of winning." After listening to Sun Qiao's words, Zhong Meng frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said slowly, "Then what good thing should I use to attract them?" Sun Qiao shook her head. "I don't know. However, there must be something that can attract them. It's just that we don't know about it." After listening to Sun Qiao's words, Zhong Meng nodded. "In that case, when they come back later, I'll ask them." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao was stunned. Could it be that Zhong Meng could give them whatever they wanted? Ji Yunfei's martial arts were strong and his speed was very fast. In the time it took for the Ant-Man to speak, he had already caught Fan Yang. Ji Yunfei did not talk nonsense and directly put Fan Yang in front of Zhong Meng. Then he turned around and soared into the air again, chasing after the next target. Fan Yang looked at Sun Qiao with some confusion, not understanding what had happened. When he saw Ji Yunfei let him go, he thought that everything was fine and Zhang was resting there. Unexpectedly, not long after, he saw Ji Yunfei flying over again. The two sides did not say a word as Ji Yunfei carried Fan Yang over. "Sect leader Sun, you called me over. Do you have something to say?" Hearing Fan Yang's question, Sun Qiao shook her head. "I'm not the one looking for you. Prince Zhong is looking for you." After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Fan Yang turned to look at Zhong Meng with some confusion. "Prince Zhong, why did you call me over?" Zhong Meng heard this and nodded. "Master Fan, I do have something to discuss with you." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm still lacking a person who can make pills. I wonder if Master Fan can come over to my place and make pills for me." "Your place?" Fan Yang looked at Zhong Meng with some confusion. "Prince Zhong, where is your place? Why do you want me to make pills for you?" Zhong Meng smiled. "I have an auction house, and I want to invite masters from all walks of life to come over and help me. If Master Fan is willing to go, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. No matter what you want, I will satisfy your conditions." Chapter 426. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Fan Yang's eyes suddenly widened. No one who could open an auction house was simple. Opening an auction house required a lot of money, a lot of masters, and most importantly, a lot of good things. Not a single one of these items could be missing, and those who could gather these items were not simple people. Fan Yang thought for a moment, then said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, Prince Zhong, but I can't leave the Medicine King Hall and join your auction house." After hearing Fan Yang's answer, Zhong Meng nodded regretfully. "Okay, since you don't agree, then forget it." Fan Yang heard this and apologetically clasped his hands. "I'm really sorry." Zhong Meng waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay." "Oh right, in your alchemy industry, what is the best material?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Fan Yang was stunned. "Good material? What material is Prince Zhong referring to?" Zhong Meng said with a smile, "I don't know much about alchemy. I just want to know which material is the most precious, which is the material that Master Fan can't get." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Fan Yang's face changed. He could tell from Zhong Meng's words that although Zhong Meng didn't say anything explicitly, the meaning behind it was that he wanted to pull him over. Fan Yang sneered in his heart, "You want to rope me in with good materials? Dream on." Thinking of this, Fan Yang thought for a moment, then said softly, "There are many good materials in this world, but of course, there are only a few that are the best. For example, 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old ganoderma." In order to tease Zhong Meng, Fan Yang deliberately said a lot of precious materials. After saying this, he stared at Zhong Meng, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. After hearing Fan Yang's words, Zhong Meng only nodded. "The things you mentioned should be very precious according to their age." At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Fan Yang and asked with a smile, "Which of these materials have you seen before?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Fan Yang's face suddenly showed a trace of pride. 1,000-year ginseng and 1,000-year ganoderma lucidum. I was fortunate enough to have seen them in the treasury of the Medicine King Pavilion. Zhong Meng nodded with a smile. "So you've only seen it before. That means you haven't used 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old ganoderma to refine medicine." Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Fan Yang's face suddenly became red. How can such a precious thing be refined into medicine so easily? You know, that is a rare treasure in the world. Some people have never seen it in their entire life. How can they use it so easily? Hearing this, Zhong Meng looked at Fan Yang with some surprise. "Don't tell me, those 1,000-year-old ginseng and ganoderma lucidum are just for people to see?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Fan Yang was stunned for a moment before he said loudly, "Those precious materials must be refined into the best medicine. How can they be used so easily?" At this point, Fan Yang took a few deep breaths before he continued, "If you want to refine a good pill, one main ingredient won't do. You also need a lot of paving materials, and those precious paving materials are hard to come by. Even if you have money, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy them. To refine a good medicine, this requires a lot of luck and coincidence. Only by gathering all kinds of materials can it be refined. It is not something that can be refined just like that." After hearing Fan Yang's words, Zhong Meng nodded again. "Since that is the case, I will get you these good herbs and precious spreading materials. Can you refine the best medicine for me?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Fan Yang was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked doubtfully, "Prince Zhong, do you have any good materials?" Zhong Meng nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I ask you to refine the medicine for me?" Looking at Zhong Meng's indifferent face, Fan Yang was once again stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Young Master Zhong, don't joke around. If you want to refine a good pill, you need many kinds of medicinal herbs. Maybe you have one or two of them, but you definitely won't be able to gather them all. Young Master Zhong, please forgive me for being unable to comply with your request." Zhong Meng turned to look at Fan Yang and asked with a smile, "Are you saying that I don't have any precious materials?" Fan Yang clasped his fists. "Prince Zhong, to be honest, in my opinion, in Nanjun, there are only a few places that have more collections than the Medicine King Pavilion. Moreover, I have never heard of the place Prince Zhong mentioned, so I think that Prince Zhong doesn't have any precious herbs." Zhong Meng heard this and patted Fan Yang's shoulder. He smiled and said, What if I have a lot of precious materials? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Fan Yang shook his head again. Impossible. Let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing that Fan Yang did not want to talk about this matter anymore, Zhong Meng was not interested in talking about it anymore. The person Zhong Meng found had to be a member of the Twin Ox Mountain. If Fan Yang wanted to go, he had to leave the Medicine King Pavilion. It was not an easy task to get Fan Yang to leave the Medicine King Pavilion. Zhong Meng did not want to force it. In fact, this was the truth. No matter who it was impossible for them to leave the sect easily, even if they were forced to leave. His character would probably be disgraced by everyone in the martial arts world. Fan Yang was different from Ji Yunfei. Ji Yunfei had already killed Han Qingyun. Although Ji Yunfei was Han Qingyun's master, Han Qingyun was still the deputy sect master of the Tiangongmen. Now that Ji Yunfei had killed Han Qingyun, this was already a disgraceful thing. Even if he did not leave the Tiangongmen now, he would not have a good ending in the future. Fan Yang was different. He was living well in the Medicine King Pavilion. It was basically impossible to get such a person to leave the Medicine King Pavilion. The reason Zhong Meng called them over was to try his luck. If Fan Yang and the others had agreed to his request so easily, Zhong Meng would probably have to think carefully. After all, Zhong Meng would also have to think carefully about people who could easily leave the sect. He would also have to decide whether to take them in or not. The overall situation was more or less what Zhong Meng had guessed. Ji Yunfei quickly brought Nai Tianhao and Yun Jianbai back. After a round of questioning from Zhong Meng, Nai Tianhao and Yun Jianbai rejected Zhong Meng's request. Seeing that the three of them had rejected him, Zhong Meng was not disappointed. After all, the auction house that he had mentioned had not even appeared yet. If he recruited so many people and they saw such a situation, it would definitely affect their morale. Now that he already had Zhong Leji from the Tianji sect, Sun Qiaoer from Kikyaromen, and Ji Yunfei from the Tiangongmen, Zhong Meng had already found people from 3 different professions. They would be able to deal with the current situation for the time being. Han Qingyun had already been killed by Ji Yunfei. There were no more matches left. Zhong Meng brought everyone back to Kikyaromen to discuss the matter of returning to Mount Shuangnu with everyone. Chapter 427. Now that Ji Yunfei had nothing to worry about, he could leave with Zhong Meng whenever he wanted. However, there were too many things to take care of in Kikyaromen. Whether it was people or items, they had to hire a car to transport them. Naturally, Zhong Meng didn't have to worry about these things. The people in Kikyaromen would take care of it themselves. The next day, Zhong Meng had just woken up when he heard someone hammering on his door. At the same time, Leng Yelio's scream could be heard from outside. Zhong Dage, this is bad. The Tiangongmen are here. Hearing this, Zhong Meng quickly jumped out of bed and walked to the door. Just as he opened the door, a frowning Leng Yelio rushed in from outside. Zhong Dage, this is bad. A lot of Tiangongmen are here. They've surrounded this place. Quick, go take a look. Zhong Meng nodded. Let's go take a look. The two talked as they walked towards the front yard. Just as they crossed the wall in the middle of the yard, they heard a commotion coming from the front yard. Hearing these noises, Zhong Meng quickly walked through the small path and arrived at the front yard. The main door of Kikyaromen had already been pushed open. The 2 guards had already been pushed into the yard. At the front yard, there were more than 10 burly men in black. The leader was an old man with slightly white hair. He was questioning Qi Qiaoer loudly. Sect leader Sun, hurry up and ask Ji Yunfei to come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sun Qiaoer said hurriedly, I'm sorry, we've never seen Ji Yunfei. If you want to find him, please look elsewhere. I'm busy here. Please leave as soon as possible. Hearing Sun Qiaoer's words, the old man with white hair slammed his walking stick on the ground. Sect leader Sun, then tell me, who did our sect leader Han get killed? Sun Qiaoer shook her head, I don't know. Ha ha. Hearing Sun Qiaoer's reply, the old man suddenly threw his head back and laughed. After laughing, he suddenly lowered his head to look at Sun Qiaoer and asked coldly, Sect leader Sun, do you think this old man is a fool? Sun Qiaoer shook her head. The old man sneered, since you think I'm not a fool, then tell me. Yesterday, during the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen's competition, our sect leader Han was dealt with. Tell me, what exactly happened? Sun Qiao shook her head. I don't know. We waited for sect leader Han at the competition venue for a long time, but he still didn't return. Naturally, we left. Pa. Hearing Sun Qiao's answer, the old man suddenly clapped his hands. Come here. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a few more people walked in from outside the door. Sun Qiao looked over. Among these people, there were some that she recognized and some that she didn't. But with a single look, she knew that these were the people who were at the spectator stands yesterday. After waiting for these people to enter, the old man asked coldly, "Tell me what you guys know yesterday. Let's see if sect leader Sun has anything to deny." Hearing the old man's words, the people who entered looked at one another. A middle-aged man then stepped forward and said loudly, "Sect leader Han was with sect leader Sun the entire time yesterday. They were watching the competition from the judges' stands." Hearing this man's words, the old man then turned around to look at Sun Qiao and laughed coldly. "Sect leader Sun, you heard it too. They all said that you were with sect leader Han. If you go and tell me that you don't know where sect leader Han went, do you think I'll believe you?" Hearing this, Sun Qiao shook her head again. "The two of us weren't the only ones at the judges' stands yesterday. Sky Sword Sect's Nai Tianhao, Medicine King Pavilion's Fan Yang, and Swordcasting Sect's Yun Zhenbai were also there. Why don't you ask them instead of me?" The old man laughed coldly. "Your Kikyaromen is competing with us Tiangongmen. You must be afraid of losing, so you used some unknown method to harm sect leader Han." Sun Qiao shook her head. "Han Qingyun's martial arts are very high. I'm no match for him. Even if I wanted to deal with him, it would be impossible. What makes you think that I'm the one who harmed him?" Hearing this, the old man shook his head. "Among the people present, the other three have nothing to do with sect leader Han. Only your Kikyaromen has the motive to harm him." At this point, the old man paused for a moment before continuing. "Furthermore, we found Han Yuchao at the competition venue. I've already asked around. When Elder Ge launched the final attack, everyone had already run far away in order not to be affected. There are only a few of you left at the scene. Other than you, is there anyone else who would do such a thing?" After saying this, the old man turned to look at the few people who came in later and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, who else was left at the competition venue at the very end?" Elder Ge, sect leader Sun, sect leader Sun's daughter, one of sect leader Sun's guests, and Han Yuchao. After this person finished answering, the old man turned to look at Sun Qiao. Sect leader Sun, only Elder Ge and Han Yuchao, two Tiangongmen, were at the competition venue. The rest of the people were Kikyaromen's men. Elder Ge naturally wouldn't harm Han Yuchao, so the people who harmed Han Yuchao are none other than you. Are you still trying to deny this? When Sun Qiao heard this, she shook her head. "I don't want to deny this, but we definitely didn't harm Han Yuchao." When the old man heard Sun Qiao's words, he looked up to the sky and laughed coldly. Then, he suddenly lowered his head and glared fiercely at Sun Qiao. He said coldly, "Sect leader Sun, do you really want us to attack you before you're willing to tell the truth?" Sun Qiao shook her head. "We really didn't do this." When the old man heard this, he suddenly took a step back. He raised his hand and waved it down forcefully. "All of you, listen up. Bring all the people from the 7 possibilities sect back to where they came from." When they heard the old man's order, the men in black behind him immediately rushed forward. Then, more than 10 men in black rushed in from outside and joined the fray. Seeing the crisis, Sun Qiao suddenly shouted, "Stop. What makes you think that we harmed sect leader Han? If there's evidence, we'll admit it. If there's no evidence, I won't accept it." The old man smiled coldly and nodded. "If you don't accept it, that's fine. As long as we bring you back, you'll naturally accept it." When he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand again and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack." When she saw that the men in black were about to attack again, Sun Qiao anxiously shouted, "What do you want?" When he heard Sun Qiao's words, the old man suddenly raised his hand to stop the men in black. Then, he took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Sun Qiao. He lowered his voice and said, Sun Qiao, now that you've harmed our Tiangongmen's deputy sect leader, we can't let this matter rest. If you're smart. When he said this, the old man's voice lowered even further. If you're smart, I can show you the way. Chapter 428. The old man didn't wait for Sun Qiao to reply and continued, if you want to take over this matter, you need to pay something in return. Otherwise, even this old man can't help you. Something in return? Sun Qiao looked at the old man in confusion. What do I need to pay? The old man sneered. Do you know who I am? Sun Qiao shook her head. I don't know. The old man said softly, I am the Tiangongmen's Grand Elder, Hai Wuhan. Sun Qiao was shocked by the old man's words. Ji Yunfei was ranked second among the Tiangongmen's Grand Elders, while Hai Wuhan was ranked first. Ji Yunfei's disciple, Han Qingyun, had become the vice-sect leader. However, as the Great Elder, Hai Wuhan's disciple, Lu Sheng, had been defeated in the competition. Although Sun Qiao had never met Hai Wuhan, she had heard of the conflict between Hai Wuhan and Ji Yunfei. Hai Wuhan continued, Sect leader Sun, as long as you tell me how Kikyaromen makes leather armor, I can guarantee your Kikyaromen's safety. After hearing Hai Wuhan's words, Sun Qiao finally understood why Hai Wuhan had come this time. Sun Qiao thought for a moment, then hurriedly replied, Elder Hai, I'm really sorry, but Kikyaromen's manufacturing techniques are never leaked. Hearing Sun Qiao's reply, Hai Wuhan sneered, Kikyaromen's manufacturing techniques are never leaked. Very well, men, Kikyaromen's people are suspected of murdering sect leader Han. Bring them all back, I want to interrogate them carefully. Hearing this, Sun Qiao turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, Elder Hai, without any evidence, you dare to arrest people like this? Hai Wuhan sneered and pointed at the people behind him, without evidence. Who told you that without evidence? These people behind me can all be witnesses to prove that sect leader Han was murdered by Kikyaromen's people. Seeing Hai Wuhan act so shamelessly, Sun Qiao was so anxious that sweat appeared on her forehead. She loudly defended herself, You're talking nonsense. Which one of them saw us murder sect master Han with their own eyes? Seeing that Sun Qiao was anxious, Hai Wuhan suddenly lowered his voice and said, Sect master Sun, this old man will give you one more chance. If you tell me the technology of Kikyaromen to make leather armor, I can let you go. If you don't agree, then don't blame this old man for being impolite. At this point, Hai Wuhan's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Sect master Sun, I advise you to obediently tell us the method of making leather armor. Otherwise, once we capture you, I believe you will eventually tell us. Rather than suffer in vain, it's better to tell us now. Hearing Hai Wuhan's words, Sun Qiao was so shocked that she took 2 steps back. Her voice trembled as she said, Don't act recklessly. We didn't harm Sect Master Han. Hai Wuhan took a step forward and said in a low voice, Sect Master Sun, as long as you tell us the method of making leather armor, you can rest assured that this old man will definitely not treat you unfairly. If you want to join the Tiangongmen, this old man will definitely support you. If you want to leave, this old man will definitely not stop you. How about it? Think about it. Hearing Hai Wuhan's low voice, Sun Qiao felt as if a demon was growling. Her heart turned cold as she listened. She had originally thought that Hai Wuhan had come to avenge Han Qingyun, but now it seemed that Hai Wuhan's goal was clearly Kikyaromen's method of making leather armor. Hai Wuhan must have found out about the course of this competition from others. He must have also found out about the power of Kikyaromen's leather armor, so he wanted to obtain the method of making leather armor. However, what method of making leather armor did Kikyaromen have? If it hadn't been for Prince Zhong's help, their defense would have been broken by a level 6 attack. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao took a deep breath and composed herself. She then said in a low voice, Elder Hai, we don't have any method of making leather armor. Those are all rumors. Please believe us, Elder Hai. We definitely didn't harm Sect Master Han. Hearing Sun Qiao's reply, Hai Wuhan suddenly laughed coldly. Sect Master Sun, it seems that you're unwilling to speak. Do you really want me to take you back before you're willing to speak? Sun Qiao hurriedly waved her hand. Elder Hai, please calm down. We really didn't harm Sect Master Han. Please believe us. Seeing that Sun Qiao wasn't willing to reveal the method of making leather armor, Hai Wuhan suddenly became angry. He suddenly raised his hand and waved it behind him. All of you, go and take all of Kikyaromen's people back. I want to see how long they can hold out. Hearing Hai Wuhan's words, the men in black simultaneously responded and surrounded Kikyaromen's people. Sun Qiao saw that things weren't going well and hurriedly shouted, "Stop! All of you, stop!" Hai Wuhan asked loudly, "Sect Master Sun, do you agree?" Sun Qiao shook her head. "We didn't harm Sect Master Han. How can I agree?" Hearing that Sun Qiao still wasn't willing to speak, Hai Wuhan didn't waste any more time. He waved his hand at the people behind him and then took a few steps back. Hearing Hai Wuhan's order, more than 20 men in black immediately went forward and surrounded Kikyaromen's people. Hai Wuhan waved his hand and sneered. "Sect Master Sun, let's go." Hearing this, Sun Qiao loudly said, "I'm not going. We're not going anywhere. Sect Master Han's matter has nothing to do with us. We're not going." Hearing this, Hai Wuhan's expression changed. He impatiently waved his hand and said coldly, "Take her away." Following Hai Wuhan's words, several men in black already grabbed Sun Qiao, wanting to forcefully take her away. Although Sun Qiao's martial arts weren't high, she still knew a little. Seeing the men in black coming at her, she hurriedly raised her hand to block the men in black's attack. Then, she took 2 steps back and blocked another man in black from the side. "Elder Hai, aren't you afraid that the people of Zhenghu will laugh at you for doing this?" Hai Wuhan sneered. "Why would they laugh at me? I'm avenging Sect Master Han. I'm afraid that the people of Zhenghu can't wait to praise me. Why would they laugh at me?" Sun Qiao was about to speak when the men in black she dodged surrounded her again. For a moment, she couldn't speak and hurriedly raised her fist to block them. It was also at this moment that everyone suddenly heard a shout. "Stop!" Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look at the person who had come. Ji Yunfei walked out of the courtyard. Ji Yunfei slowly walked in front of Hai Wuhan and cupped his fists. "Big brother Hai, I'm late." Seeing Ji Yunfei appear, Hai Wuhan was stunned. "You? Why are you here?" Ji Yunfei sighed. "It's best if you don't ask about this matter. Go back and don't cause trouble." "Trouble?" Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Hai Wuhan suddenly sneered. "Ji Yunfei, this isn't like you. Are you also afraid of trouble?" Chapter 429. After hearing Hai Wuhan's words, Ji Yunfei sighed. He cupped his hands towards Hai Wuhan and softly said, "Big brother Hai, listen to my advice. Take advantage of the fact that things haven't gotten out of hand and quickly leave." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Hai Wuhan's pupils shrank. He was somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what Ji Yunfei meant. In his impression, Ji Yunfei wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Back when he had fought for the position of Vice Sect Master, Ji Yunfei hadn't been afraid of anyone. Hai Wuhan's eldest disciple, Lu Sheng, and Ji Yunfei's disciple, Han Qingyun, were both strong competitors for the position of Vice Sect Master. However, the disciple of the Grand Qiangongmen's great elder hadn't become Vice Sect Master. It had to be said that Ji Yunfei was quite strong. Of course, Han Qingyun was indeed stronger than Lu Sheng in certain aspects. Hai Wuhan was also very clear on this point. However, Hai Wuhan wasn't convinced. In terms of equipment crafting skills, Han Qingyun wasn't stronger than Lu Sheng. It could even be said that Lu Sheng's crafting skills were higher than Han Qingyun's. As a result, because of the matter of the 2 disciples, Hai Wuhan and Ji Yunfei had a conflict. In the Qiangongmen, the 2 of them wouldn't easily meet. Even if they did meet, they wouldn't speak kindly to each other. Seeing that Ji Yunfei was advising him to leave, Hai Wuhan suddenly had an idea. He had already heard the descriptions of the competition from the people who had been present, and he also knew how amazing Kikyaromen's leather armor was. Hai Wuhan had never heard of a leather armor that could withstand over level 20 attacks. Although he didn't believe it, with so many people saying the same thing, he still wanted to come and take a look. Moreover, after the competition, Han Qingyun had disappeared. The Qiangongmen's Vice Sect Master had also disappeared. This was definitely good news for Hai Wuhan. Ji Yunfei couldn't obtain Kikyaromen's leather armor crafting skills. If Hai Wuhan could obtain them, then wouldn't the position of Tiangongmen's vice-sect master be his disciple, Lu Sheng? It was for this reason that Hai Wuhan had brought people here to obtain the leather armor crafting skills. Hai Wuhan thought for a moment and then sneered inwardly. He understood that Ji Yunfei's goal in coming here was to obtain Kikyaromen's leather armor manufacturing technology. After figuring this out, Hai Wuhan suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed at Ji Yunfei and said loudly, "Ji Yunfei, you're talking nonsense again. I'm the great elder of the Heavens Craftsman sect. The sect master is not here, so I have the final say in this matter." Hai Wuhan paused for a moment before continuing, "Ji Yunfei, I'm ordering you to return to the Heavens Craftsman sect immediately and await the punishment of the sect master. You don't have to worry about the matters here." After hearing Hai Wuhan's words, Ji Yunfei suddenly froze, then bitterly smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, do you think that I am lying to you? I am doing this for your own good. Seeing that we are both Tiangongmen disciples, I am reminding you out of goodwill. Since you don't want to listen, then you are on your own now." Hearing Ji Yunfei's reply, Hai Wuhan laughed coldly. "Ji Yunfei, what do you mean by that? For this competition, you and your disciple have not only used up precious materials, you have also used up all of your precious spirit water. Don't you think that you should go back and await your punishment?" Hearing this, Ji Yunfei clasped his fists towards Hai Wuhan. "Big brother Hai, I am no longer a member of the Tiangongmen." Hearing Ji Yunfei's reply, Hai Wuhan's gaze froze, and he asked in shock, What did you say? You are no longer a member of the Tiangongmen?" Ji Yunfei nodded. "That is indeed the case. Prince Zhong saved my life, and I have already promised him that I will serve him." "Ha ha." Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Hai Wuhan laughed out loud. After laughing, he lowered his head and looked coldly at Ji Yunfei, saying loudly, "Ji Yunfei, you have betrayed the Tiangongmen. How should you be punished?" Ji Yunfei shook his head and sighed, "I had no choice, please forgive me, big brother Hai." Hai Wuhan sneered when he heard this. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Ji Yunfei. "Ji Yunfei, you have betrayed the Tiangongmen, you must be punished." Seeing Hai Wuhan walk forward with a cold smile, Ji Yunfei shook his head, "Big brother Hai, don't force me to fight. You are not my match." Hearing this, Hai Wuhan only laughed coldly. Although Ji Yunfei's martial arts were strong, Hai Wuhan didn't think much of him. Their martial arts were about the same, but if they really had to exchange more than 100 moves, Hai Wuhan would definitely be the one to win. Seeing that Hai Wuhan wasn't willing to listen to his advice, Ji Yunfei could only sigh. "Big brother Hai, I'm no longer a member of the Heavens Craftsman faction, so I don't want to compete with you for anything. That's why I'm reminding you out of kindness. Since you won't listen, there's nothing I can do." Saying this, Ji Yunfei paused for a moment before continuing, "Although I don't want to be your enemy, sect leader Sun is my companion. If you want to take him away today, I will not agree." Hearing this, Hai Wuhan laughed coldly. "Ji Yunfei, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Today, I will take sect leader Sun away." Saying this, Hai Wuhan paused for a moment before continuing in a more serious tone, "Not just sect leader Sun, I will take you away as well." After saying this, Hai Wuhan suddenly waved his hand and loudly said, "Men, take them away for me." Seeing that Hai Wuhan was not listening to his advice, Ji Yunfei suddenly roared, "All of you, stop. If anyone dares to make a move, don't blame this old man for being impolite." As Ji Yunfei's voice fell, a majestic pressure suddenly rose up around him. Hai Wuhan was shocked when he felt this powerful pressure. He turned his head and saw that the men in black he had brought with him were standing there in a daze. They didn't even dare to move. As the pressure grew stronger and stronger, Hai Wuhan began to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he felt a chill in his heart. Even his advancing footsteps had stopped under this pressure. Ji Yunfei turned his head to look at Hai Wuhan and asked coldly, "Are you still not leaving?" Feeling the chill in his heart, Hai Wuhan suddenly shouted and punched out, wanting to break the stalemate. Seeing this, Ji Yunfei only laughed coldly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a majestic stream of true qi rushed towards Hai Wuhan. Under this valiant stream of true qi, Hai Wuhan had just punched out when he felt a powerful force rushing towards him. Before he could react, this force blew him into the air and sent him crashing into the wall beside him. This force was so strong that Hai Wuhan fell to the ground, leaning against the wall. He felt his vision darken, and it took him a long time to recover. Hai Wuhan slowly stood up and looked at Ji Yunfei in shock. He asked in a trembling voice, Ji Yunfei, how did your martial arts become so strong? Chapter 430. Hearing Hai Wuhan's question, Ji Yunfei didn't answer. Feeling his majestic true qi, he felt even more grateful to Prince Zhong. In the past, his martial arts were almost on par with Hai Wuhan's. It could even be said that Hai Wuhan's martial arts were slightly better than his. But now, he could actually defeat him so easily. This was all thanks to Prince Zhong saving him and preserving the strength he had gained from the medicine. Although he could only retain 80% of his strength, Ji Yunfei was already quite satisfied. Ji Yunfei believed that with his current martial arts, no one in the South County was a match for him. Even the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, Jiang Nantian, was no match for him. Seeing that Ji Yunfei didn't answer his question, Hai Wuhan suddenly roared, Ji Yunfei, you betrayed the Qiangongmen and injured a brother from the same sect. I must report this matter to the sect master and let him interrogate you. Hearing Hai Wuhan's clamor, Ji Yunfei simply waved his hand and said, Hai Wuhan, the only reason I didn't do anything to you today is because we are from the same sect. But if you continue to force me in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Hurry up and leave. Seeing that there was no benefit in staying any longer, Hai Wuhan gritted his teeth and turned to leave without saying a word. When the men in black surrounding Sun Qiao saw that Hai Wuhan had left, they didn't dare delay and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing that Hai Wuhan and the others had left, Ji Yunfei turned to look at Sun Qiao. Sect Master Sun, are you alright? Sun Qiao nodded. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ji Yunfei sighed. Sect Master Sun, I think we should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what Hai Wuhan will think of to deal with us. In fact, Zhong Meng and Leng Yelio had arrived a long time ago. However, when Zhong Meng wanted to come out, he saw Ji Yunfei. He also wanted to see which side Ji Yunfei was on, so he didn't show himself. Seeing that the Qiangongmen had left, Zhong Meng and Leng Yelio came in front of Ji Yunfei and Sun Qiao. When Ji Yunfei saw Zhong Meng, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Prince Zhong. Zhong Meng waved his hand casually. You're welcome. You did well just now. Sun Qiao hurriedly said, We're almost done with our preparations. Should we leave today? Zhong Meng nodded. All right, let's leave today. It wasn't until the afternoon that everything was ready. Kikyaromen hired more than 20 carriages to pack everything up. Standing in front of the Kikyaromen's gate, Sun Qiao watched as the carriages filed out and then looked at the empty courtyard. Sun Qiao felt a little reluctant, but there was nothing she could do. She could only sigh and turn to follow the carriages into the distance. The reason why more than 20 carriages were hired this time was not only because the carriages were filled with goods, but also people. For such a long journey, if they relied on people to walk on the ground, it would be very tiring. Sitting in the carriage, Zhong Meng pondered in his heart. What was lacking in his auction house? He already had someone to supervise the construction of the auction house. Zhong Laji of the Tianji sect could definitely complete this task. Since the auction house could be built, then the security of the auction house would have to be considered. If Zhong Meng was at Twin Ox Mountain, then there would be nothing to say. No one would dare to behave atrociously in front of him. But if Zhong Meng was not at Twin Ox Mountain, then the defense of Twin Ox Mountain would be too weak. The defense of Twin Ox Mountain mainly depended on the fort leaders of Twin Ox Mountain, as well as some of the villagers. Although these people were loyal, their martial arts were not very good. If they wanted to rely on them to protect the auction house, their strength was definitely not enough. If Ji Yunfei was added, then their strength would be enough. But Ji Yunfei was after all alone. Once the enemy lured the tiger away from the mountain, the defense of the auction house would not be enough. If it was a direct battle, with Ji Yunfei's martial arts, then no matter how many enemies came, they would not be his match. But as mentioned earlier, the enemy could use a small trick to lure him away, and the defense of the auction house would start to be weak. Therefore, he needed more experts. In Zhong Meng's view, he needed at least 4 experts to completely protect the auction house. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng raised his head and looked at Ji Yunfei opposite him. He smiled and asked, "Old Ji, you are more familiar with this area. If I want to find more experts, where should I find them?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Ji Yunfei thought for a moment before slowly saying, "Prince Zhong, why do you need experts? Also, what kind of experts do you want?" Zhong Meng said with a smile, "Find some experts to protect the auction house. As for how high their martial arts are, it's about the same as yours." Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Ji Yunfei could not help but frown. He pondered for a while before shaking his head. "Prince Zhong, I don't think so. In the entire South County, I'm not boasting, but I'm afraid no one is my match. It's really impossible to find someone with martial arts like mine." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Zhong Meng was stunned for a moment before asking, "Then in the South County, which martial arts are relatively high?" Ji Yunfei heard this and answered without thinking, "Of course it's the Sky Sword sect. The sect master of the Sky Sword sect, Jiang Nan Tian, is the #1 martial arts person in the South County. The martial arts of the Sky Sword sect is considered the best in the South County." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng was a little disappointed. According to what Ji Yunfei said just now, his martial arts were already the highest in the South County. In that case, the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, Jiang Nan Tian, should not be his match. Moreover, even if Zhong Meng wanted the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, Jiang Nan Tian, to guard the door for him, Jiang Nan Tian would definitely not agree. If he found some experts with lower martial arts, in Zhong Meng's opinion, it would be useless. Seeing Zhong Meng's disappointed face, Ji Yunfei suddenly said, "Prince Zhong, in fact, this matter is easy to handle. If you want to find an expert, it may be difficult for others, but with Prince Zhong's ability, this should be a simple matter." "Oh." Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to look at Ji Yunfei and asked tentatively, "Do you have a way to find more experts?" Hearing this, Ji Yunfei shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't have a way, but Prince Zhong, you do." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng was stunned and asked in surprise, "What can I do?" Ji Yunfei nodded with a smile, "Prince Zhong, have you forgotten how I got my martial arts?" "Ah." After listening to Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng shouted loudly. Then, he laughed and said, "Yes, I can only forget about this matter. As long as we have the medicine and improve our skills, we will naturally be able to obtain more experts." Chapter 431. Seeing that Zhong Meng understood what he meant, Ji Yunfei nodded. "Prince Zhong, now that you have mastered this technique, it should be very easy for you to improve someone's strength." At this point, Ji Yunfei suddenly lowered his voice and continued, "Prince Zhong, there's something I don't know if I should say." Zhong Meng heard this and nodded. "If you have something to say, just say it." Ji Yunfei said softly, "The fact that Prince Zhong can repair meridians, please don't tell anyone. Once this news gets out, I'm afraid that Prince Zhong will become the public enemy of Jianghu." At this point, Ji Yunfei paused for a moment before continuing, "Although Prince Zhong is not afraid of this with his martial arts, I'm afraid that Prince Zhong doesn't want to see the trouble this matter will bring." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng frowned and said casually, "That's true. Even if I'm not afraid of them, if they keep coming to find trouble, it's really quite troublesome. I'll remember this." After saying this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Ji Yunfei and asked again, "Oh right, those pills you took last time, do you have any left?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on Ji Yunfei's face. In order to win that competition, his disciple did not hesitate to trick him into taking those pills. If it wasn't for this Prince Zhong in front of him, he was afraid that he would have died long ago. Thinking about how he had taught Han Qingyun with all his heart, and how he had even helped him fight for the position of deputy head, he had thought that he could retire in peace. But he had never thought that this heartless and unscrupulous Han Qingyun would actually trick him into taking that kind of pill. Thinking of this, Ji Yunfei couldn't help but clench his fists. Seeing this, Zhong Meng quickly patted Ji Yunfei's shoulder and said with a smile, Since it's already in the past, don't think about it anymore. Besides, you already know what kind of person Han Qingyun is. What's there to be sad about? Moreover, Han Qingyun has already gotten what he deserved. Don't think about those things anymore. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Prince Zhong, for saving my life. If it wasn't for Prince Zhong, I'm afraid my old bones would have been harmed by that evil disciple of Han Qingyun." Zhong Meng waved his hand. "You don't have to thank me. Now tell me, do you still have that kind of pill?" Ji Yunfei shook his head. "Pills like that, although the side effects are great, it is also quite difficult to refine, and the quantity is also quite small. The pills I ate were bought by Han Qingyun at a high price. As for the pills in the blue and red porcelain bottles, they belonged to Fan Yang of the Medicine King's Pavilion. They were also obtained by chance." Hearing Ji Yunfei's answer, Zhong Meng said disappointedly, "If that's the case, that kind of pill should be very rare. Even if you want to spend money to buy it, I'm afraid you can't buy it." Ji Yunfei nodded. "That's true. Although the side effects of that kind of pill are great, it can save many people's lives at critical times." Speaking of this, Ji Yunfei's tone paused for a moment before he continued, "The reason why this kind of pill is rare is mainly because the ingredients used to make it are very precious. Naturally, those that can be made are very rare." After hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng suddenly sighed. "It seems that we still have to find someone to make the pills for us. Otherwise, if we want to refine the pills, we have to ask someone else. The problem is too troublesome." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Ji Yunfei and asked with a smile, "That's right. Do you know any expert alchemists that can join our Twin Bull Mountain and refine pills for us?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Ji Yunfei frowned and thought for a moment before he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. My old friend from back then was an elder of the Medicine King's Pavilion. If he is willing to leave the mountain and refine pills for us, it will definitely be a great help to us." Hearing this, Zhong Meng's eyes lit up and asked, "Your old friend, where is he now?" Ji Yunfei smiled. "Of course he is at the Medicine King's Pavilion." Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng was a little disappointed. This was because when he wanted to recruit Fan Yang had decisively rejected him. Even a disciple of the Medicine King's Pavilion was unwilling to leave with him, much less an elder of the Medicine King's Pavilion. It was even more impossible for him to leave with him. Seeing the disappointed expression on Zhong Meng's face, Ji Yunfei smiled and waved his hand. "Prince Zhong, don't worry. As long as I make a move, I will definitely be able to bring him back for you." Hearing this, Zhong Meng was overjoyed. "Old man Ji, are you really confident?" Ji Yunfei nodded confidently. "Prince Zhong, I will tell you the truth. Although this old friend of mine is an elder of the Medicine King's Pavilion, he is actually not in an important position." Speaking of this, Ji Yunfei's tone paused for a moment before he continued. "This old friend of mine is called Li Ji. As his name suggests, he is indeed very straightforward." Speaking of this, Ji Yunfei sighed. It is also because of his straightforward temper that although his alchemy skills are very high, it is because of his temper that he is ranked last among the 4 elders. Not only that, he does not have any authority. In the Medicine King's Pavilion, he does not have much contact with outsiders. Every day, he stays in his own residence and alchemy. Hearing this, Zhong Meng asked with some doubt, "Since he is the 4th elder of the Medicine King's Pavilion, how are you so confident that he will definitely leave with you?" Ji Yunfei smiled and waved his hand. "This old friend of mine loves to refine pills. He doesn't even care about the matters of the sect. If he knew that we had good pills for him to refine, even if we didn't bring him here, I'm afraid that he would still rush over." Hearing Ji Yunfei's words, Zhong Meng was instantly overjoyed. "That's good. In that case, I will have to trouble you to make a trip and bring this Li Ji back to refine medicine for us." Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Ji Yunfei nodded. "Prince Zhong, it does not seem appropriate to go now. I have not been to the Twin Oxen Mountain. If I leave alone, even if I find Li Ji, how will I find the Twin Oxen Mountain?" Zhong Meng smiled and nodded. "It does not matter. As long as you go to the Greenwood City and find the son of the city lord, Zhong Qiuming, he will naturally bring you to the Twin Oxen Mountain. The son of the city, lord of the Greenwood City, Zhong Qiuming, Ji Yunfei repeated and nodded. He smiled and said, "That's good. I will make a trip to the Medicine King's pavilion and try to bring Li Ji back as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zhong Meng laughed and said, "Go quickly. In the future, no matter how many experts we have in the Twin Oxen Mountain, they will all depend on you." Seeing Zhong Meng's anxious look, Ji Yunfei did not dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards Zhong Meng. Without waiting for the carriage to stop, he immediately pushed open the side door of the carriage and jumped out. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the distance. Chapter 432. Looking at Ji Yunfei's departing figure, Zhong Meng pondered in his heart. If Ji Yunfei's plan went smoothly, he would be able to bring back Li Ji from the Medicine King Pavilion. Not only would he be able to solve the problem of experts, but he would also be able to solve the problem of refining pills. According to Ji Yunfei, Li Ji's refining skills were still very good. If he could get some good materials, he should be able to refine good pills. When the time came, he should be able to auction them in the auction house. With the 4 iron Vajras of the Tianji sect and a few experts with medicine, the security problem of the auction house would be solved. What problem should he solve next? The auction house had been built, and the security of the auction house had been chosen. Then, the next step was publicity. Mount Shuangnu was not famous, so naturally, no one knew about it. In the past, for safety, the people of Mount Shuangnu wished that outsiders did not know about it. Now it was different. Zhong Meng hoped that everyone knew about Mount Shuangnu so that it could increase the reputation of the auction house. However, how should he publicize it? In Qingmu City, he could let Zhong Qiuming publicize it for him. In South County City, he could let Fan Shouwu publicize it for him. However, an auction house could not only rely on these 2 places. He had to expand it to more places and let more people know about it. But how should he do this? If he only relied on some people to publicize it, but there were no good products, Zhong Meng felt that it should be useless. Therefore, he had to make some good things first and then publicize it. This was a good way. Good products. What kind of things were good? Although the black feathered cloak was not bad, it was only a mid-level item. What other good things were there? The scales of the white fish should be okay, but the quality was about the same as the black feathered cloak. It was not a top-level good thing. In that case, what could attract more people to come here? Thinking of this, Zhong Meng suddenly thought of the Magic Empire. The business of his auction house could also be expanded to the Magic Empire. After all, there were many people in the Magic Empire. He believed that there should be many people who wanted to buy some good things. The publicity problem of the Magic Empire could be handled by Carter. After all, he was from the Magic Empire and was more familiar with it than him. When Zhong Meng and the rest came, they were all traveling lightly. Their speed was naturally very fast. But now, there were more than 20 carriages, so their speed was naturally much slower. The group had been on the road for a whole day, but they hadn't gone far. When night fell, they didn't see any places to stay. Helpless, they could only set up camp and wait until dawn to continue. Not long after Zhong Meng got off the carriage, someone had already lit up a bonfire and roasted the food they brought. Everyone began to eat. After the meal, everyone chatted around the bonfire to pass the time. Sun Qiao sat down beside Zhong Meng and asked with a smile, "Based on this speed, how long will it take for us to reach Mount Shuangnu?" Zhong Meng replied with a smile, "At this speed, it might take us half a month to get there." Sun Qiao sighed. "I've never left South County City. I didn't expect that I would leave under such circumstances." Zhong Meng smiled. "Actually, Mount Shuangnu is also very good. I think that place will become more and more prosperous in the future. You won't regret your decision." As the 2 of them were talking, in the darkness, as a breeze blew past, everyone heard the sound of hurried horse hooves. The sound of horse hooves became louder and louder, and they were getting closer and closer. Soon, a group of black-clothed men emerged from the black fog and appeared in everyone's sight. Zhong Meng and the others' tents were set up on the side of the official road. The group of black-clothed men suddenly stopped in front of the tents. The originally rumbling sound suddenly quieted down after the caravan stopped. A middle-aged man had already jumped down from his horse and quickly walked in front of everyone. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that there would be no accommodation here. It's such a coincidence that I met all of you." Sun Qiao heard this and turned to look at Zhong Meng. Then, she stepped forward and said, "May I know who you are?" The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. "I'm just a nobody. Don't mention it." At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing, "My name is Lu Yu. These are my brothers. Since there's no accommodation here, why don't we team up and set up camp together? What do you think?" Sun Qiao heard this and pointed to the other side of the official road. She smiled and said, "What's there to ask? There are plenty of places here. You can set up camp on that side." Lu Yu heard this and immediately waved his hand to the black-clothed men behind him. "You can go there and rest." The black-clothed men behind Lu Yu heard the order and immediately rode their horses to the other side of the official road. They dismounted, but they didn't have any tents. They just casually gathered a bonfire and sat around it. Sun Qiao was originally worried, but seeing that these black-clothed men weren't looking for trouble, she was relieved. Lu Yu waved his hand at one of the black-clothed men. "Bring some wine. I want to have a few drinks with my good friends." The black-clothed man heard this and hurriedly brought over a wine jar. Right at this moment, everyone heard a voice coming from a nearby tree. "Since there's good wine, why don't you treat this old man to a drink?" As the voice fell, 2 old men flew down from the tree. Seeing these 2 old men, Lu Yu's expression changed. He forced a smile and clasped his fist. "So it's the 2 high officials of the Tiangongmen. Sorry for the disrespect." The 2 old men jumped down from the tree. The slightly plump old man waved his hand at Lu Yu. "You don't have to be so polite. Yin Dao from the Godly Knife sect is not to be trifled with. It should be us 2 old men who have been disrespectful to you." Hearing the introduction of both parties, Sun Qiao's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The high officials of the Tiangongmen were not people that ordinary people could meet. When the leaders of the Tiangongmen met the high officials of the Tiangongmen, they would definitely be respectful. She did not expect that 2 high officials of the Tiangongmen would come at this moment. This surprised Sun Qiao. It wasn't just the 2 high officials of the Tiangongmen that surprised Sun Qiao. That Yin Dao from the Godly Knife sect was definitely not an ordinary person either. In the South County, the only one who dared to challenge the Sky Sword sect was the Godly Knife sect. Seeing that everyone was silent, the high officials of the Tiangongmen suddenly said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you that unhappy that we 2 old men are here to freeload a drink?" When Yin Dao heard this, he hurriedly cupped his fists. "Senior, what are you saying? Senior can drink Junior's wine, but Junior can't even invite you. How can I not be happy?" Among the 2 consecrated elders of Heaven's Craftsman sect, the fatter one was the 3rd consecrated elder of Heaven's Craftsman sect, Water Spirit Z, while the thinner one was the 4th consecrated elder of Heaven's Craftsman sect, Fire Spirit Z. Chapter 433. The Tiangongmen had a total of 4 consecrators, all of whom were highly skilled in martial arts. However, they were old enough to not come out so easily. Yin Dao forced a smile and said, "Since you 2 consecrators want to drink, please take a seat." Hearing this, Shui Lingzi nodded in satisfaction and suddenly shouted into the distance, "Come out, since you're already here, what's the point of hiding?" As soon as Shui Lingzi's voice fell, a burst of laughter came from the other side of the tree. "Ha ha!" Following this burst of laughter, a figure rose from the tree, circled in the air, and landed steadily in front of everyone. When this person landed, Sun Qiao saw that it was a skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man cupped his fists to the crowd. "I'm Shadowless, please take care of me." Hearing this name, other than Zhong Meng, everyone took a step back. Shadowless was a godly thief. It was said that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't steal. Seeing everyone take a step back, Shadowless smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Everyone, I'm really just here to ask for a glass of wine, you don't have to be so nervous." "They're not nervous, but I'm nervous." As soon as Shadowless' voice fell, an old man slowly walked out from the darkness. This old man held a dragon-headed walking stick and his steps were slow. Although his steps were slow, his speed was not slow at all. He didn't say much, but by the time he finished speaking, he was already standing in front of everyone. Seeing this person's speed, Sun Qiao was shocked. She hurriedly cupped her fists and asked, "May I know this senior's name?" The old man waved his hand. "What dignity? My name is Wu Ketian, just a nobody, don't take it to heart." Wu Ketian. Hearing this name, Sun Qiao was shocked and dumbfounded. This Wu Ketian was definitely not a nameless pawn like he described himself to be. Wu Ketian was definitely a famous person in the South region. There were 4 big families in the South region. The Bai family was one of them, and the Wu family was another. The difference between the Wu clan and the Bai clan was that although the Bai Yi clan's influence was spread across many sects, the Wu clan relied on the clan's martial arts to become famous. The Wu clan had 4 great elders, and Wu Ketian was ranked 3rd. He was definitely not a nobody. Seeing that so many experts had arrived, Sun Qiao calmed herself down and made an inviting gesture to everyone. "Since we're all fated to meet, let's sit down together." As soon as Sun Qiao's voice fell, everyone was silent for a moment. Then, Wu Ketian took the lead and sat next to the bonfire. He turned to Yin Dao and said with a smile, "Since you said you have good wine, why don't you take it out and let us taste it? Do you want us old bones to beg you?" Hearing Wu Ketian's words, Yin Dao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare to trouble you." As he spoke, Yin Dao ordered his subordinates to pour wine for everyone. Wu Ketian took the wine bowl and turned to look at Fire Spirit. He smiled and asked, "I've long heard that Tiangongmen's consecrators rarely go out. I wonder why I'm able to meet the 2 of you today." Fire Spirit waved his hand, "It's nothing. I've been here for a long time, so I naturally want to come out for a walk. Can't I do that?" Hearing Fire Spirit's answer, Wu Ketian immediately laughed. After the laughter subsided, he continued, "So the 2 of you just came out for a walk. I thought you had other purposes." Fire Spirit's expression changed when he heard this. "Purpose? What purpose do we have? Old Man Wu, could it be that you also have other purposes for coming here?" Hearing Fire Spirit's question, Wu Ketian didn't answer. He turned to look at Sun Qiao and smiled, "I really didn't expect that our South region would have such a skilled sect like Kikyaromen." Hearing Wu Ketian's words, Sun Qiao's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be that these people came here for Kikyaromen? Before Sun Qiao could answer, Shadowless suddenly said loudly, "I heard that in the battle between Kikyaromen and the Tiangongmen, Kikyaromen was in the limelight. They relied on a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear to beat the Tiangongmen's armor made from deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. That's really unexpected." Wu Ketian smiled and nodded, "Sect leader Sun, is this true?" Sun Qiao subconsciously looked at Zhong Meng and waved her hand. "Luck, it was all luck. Plus, we didn't beat the Tiangongmen. We only drew." Hearing Sun Qiao's answer, Shadowless waved his hand, "Sect leader Sun, how could it be a draw? We all know what kind of quality the skin of a wild bear is. Kikyaromen only used the skin of a wild bear to make a leather armor that can resist more than 20 levels of attacks. This is simply a miracle. No matter what, Kikyaromen won this battle." As soon as Shadowless finished speaking, Shui Lingzi coldly snorted, "Shadowless, don't spout nonsense. Is there something wrong with your ears? Didn't we just say that both sides won and lost? How did it become 7 skills sect's victory?" Shadowless suddenly clapped his hands and said regretfully, "Aya, how could I forget that the Tiangongmen's consecrator is also here? It's all my fault for talking too much. I hope the 2 of you don't blame me." Shui Lingzi ignored Shadowless and turned to look at Sun Qiao and sneered, "Sect Master Sun, you just said that we're evenly matched, right?" After hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Sun Qiao hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Indeed, it's a draw." Water Spirit coldly snorted again, "Sect leader Sun, since we're tied, why don't we continue? I don't think I've ever heard of a competition that doesn't require a winner." Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi's tone suddenly turned cold, not to mention, during this competition, our vice sect master disappeared and his young lord was killed on the spot. Sect leader Sun, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Hearing water spirit's words, Sun Qiao was stunned for a moment before asking in confusion, what does this have to do with us? Since sect leader Han disappeared, this matter is already over. Haha, just as Sun Qiao finished speaking, the grumpy fire spirit suddenly laughed towards the sky. After laughing, he looked at Sun Qiao and shouted, our Tiangongmen's vice sect leader disappeared and you don't care about it. Do you think that we Tiangongmen are easy to bully? At this point, Fire Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, no matter what, since Sect Master Han is here during the competition, then. Chapter 434. Fire Spirit continued, Sect Leader Sun, Sect Leader Han disappeared during the competition. I suspect that it's your Kikyaromen's doing. Hearing Fire Spirit's question, Sun Qiao stood up and said angrily, Han Qingyun betrayed his master and betrayed his sect. His master has already cleaned him up. What does it have to do with me? Cleaned up? Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Fire Spirit's eyes widened and he said angrily, you're talking nonsense. Are you saying that sect leader Han's disappearance was Elder Ge's doing? Sun Qiao nodded, that is indeed the case. Sect leader Han had tricked Elder Ge into taking a pill that would reduce his lifespan. In order to win this competition, he had even persuaded Elder Ge to take a pill that would immediately kill him. In a fit of anger, Elder Ge had dealt with Han Qingyun. Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Shui Lingzi suddenly asked, is what you said true? Did Elder Ge really take that kind of drug that can instantly kill people? Sun Qiao nodded and said with certainty, that's right. Elder Ge did eat that pill. Hearing this, Shui Lingzi suddenly let out a cold laugh, then turned to look at Sun Qiao and sternly said, Sect Master Sun, since you are also a sect master, why do you have to say such twisted words? Hearing Water Spirit's words, Sun Qiao was stunned and asked in confusion, I'm telling the truth. How am I twisting the truth? Shui Lingzi sneered and said, since Elder Ge ate a drug that can kill people, then why is he still alive? Speaking up to here, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, after the competition, Hai Wuhan clearly saw Ji Yunfei. Then tell me, why didn't Ji Yunfei die? This, hearing Water Spirit's question, Sun Qiao suddenly remembered this question and couldn't answer it. Seeing that Sun Qiao didn't speak, Water Spirit laughed coldly again, Sect Leader Sun, if you want to make up a story, then make up a more reliable one. Why would you say something so unreliable? Sun Qiao composed herself. It's true. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Fan Yang of the Medicine King Pavilion. That medicine was given to Han Qingyun by Fan Yang. Water Spirit sneered, even if Fan Yang gave Han Qingyun that medicine, it doesn't prove that Han Qingyun gave Yunfei that medicine. Speaking of this, Shui Lingzi laughed coldly again, Sect Leader Sun, are you going to tell me that Ji Yunfei was saved after taking that medicine? Ha ha, as she finished speaking, Shui Lingzi threw her head back and laughed. As far as he knew, if Ji Yunfei really took that kind of medicine, no one would be able to save him. Sun Qiao subconsciously glanced at Zhong Meng, and then said loudly, I didn't lie to you, right? If you don't believe me, you can ask Ji Yunfei and see if I'm lying or not. Hearing Sun Qiao's explanation, Fire Spirit suddenly shouted, we can't just let sect leader Han's matter go. Also, since the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen's match hasn't ended yet, it must continue. Speaking of this, Fire Spirit snorted again, the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen's match must end. In addition, the prize for winning the match between Heaven's Craftsman sect and Chiqiao sect must be honored. Hearing this, Sun Qiao completely understood. The reason why Shui Lingzi and Fire Spirit chased after her was to finish the match. Then, after Kikyaromen joined the Tiangongmen, they would get Kikyaromen's leather armor manufacturing technique. Kikyaromen's leather armor manufacturing technique was their ultimate goal. At this point, Sun Qiao couldn't help but feel nervous. Because she didn't know if Zhong Meng's ancestral skill could be used again after it was used once. Just as Sun Qiao was hesitating, Wu Ketian suddenly shouted, since sect leader Han is no longer here, the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen's match should be cancelled. Why should it continue? Hearing Wu Ketian's words, Fire Spirit turned to look at Wu Ketian and said angrily, what did you say? Since when did an outsider have the right to interfere with our Tiangongmen's business? Wu Ketian shook his head. The one who set the rules with sect leader Sun was Han Qingyun. Since Han Qingyun is no longer here, this contract has no meaning. Since that's the case, unless sect leader Sun agrees to redo the match, this contract will be cancelled. Haha, Fire Spirit burst out laughing. Wu Ketian, you're too nosy. Do we need your permission to redo the match between us and Kikyaromen? Do we still need your permission? Before Wu Ketian could say anything, Shadowless laughed and said, both parties are willing to compete. Since sect leader Sun doesn't want to redo it, I don't think you should force it. Hearing Shadowless' words, Fire Spirit snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed at Shadowless. For Fire Spirit to be able to become a consecrated member of the Tiangongmen, his martial arts skills were not to be underestimated. His grab was as fast as lightning, as fast as thunder. Shadowless laughed coldly. Without seeing him stand up, he disappeared on the spot. By the time everyone could see clearly, Shadowless was already standing at the side. Fire Spirit's attack missed and he was furious. He didn't even get up before his other hand pierced out and pointed at Wu Ying. Against Fire Spirit's attack, Shadowless did not dare to be careless. He dodged to the side once more. Seeing that he had missed twice, Fire Spirit was furious. He wanted to stand up and chase after Shadowless, but he was stopped by Water Spirit. Water Spirit turned to Shadowless and asked in a low voice, Shadowless, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to become enemies with the Tiangongmen? Shadowless shook his head. I was just speaking the truth. Who knew that he would attack me? You saw it clearly. He was the one who attacked first. I'm not being unreasonable. Water Spirit gritted her teeth. All right, then we'll call it quits. As long as you don't bring this up again, I'll let this matter pass. Just as Shui Lingzi finished speaking, Wu Ketian suddenly said loudly, Shui Lingzi, this old man wants to ask you, what is the meaning of this? Sect leader Sun clearly doesn't want to fight with you Tiangongmen anymore. Why are you still forcing him? Do you have some ulterior motive? Fire Spirit was furious. He pointed at Wu Ketian, old Wu, don't think that we're afraid of you. If it wasn't for the fact that we have something to do today, we would definitely teach you a lesson. Hearing Fire Spirit's words, Wu Ketian suddenly laughed coldly. He grabbed his dragon head walking stick and slammed it on the ground. Then he said loudly, you want to teach me a lesson? Ha ha. I want to see if you have the ability to teach me a lesson. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,